Yo, yo, what's up, guys? And welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, for a special stream today on Twitch and also on YouTube. So we're streaming on both channels, both platforms. So big hello to everyone that's tuning in from YouTube as well, because that's something that we've recently begun to do. We are going to spend quite a bit of time today talking about the new update on SORARE, which landed yesterday and has sent shockwaves through the SORARE community, but for a lot of good reasons, I think. So we're going to talk about it. I've read it a couple of times, the update, and I'm going to read it again. And I'm going to kind of go through it with you guys so that we can break it down and work out whether it's good, what it means for the platform, for the game, what it means for like users in general, around their enjoyment of the game, and whether there's anything that they need to change going forward, like users in terms of how they play SORARE. So a lot to do on that. And then once we've kind of finished going through it, and I want to hear basically everyone's thoughts. So if you're tuning in right now, honestly, this is an open forum. So I'm going to give my thoughts, but I also want to get different opinions on it. So do chime in and let us know what you think of the update. If you like it, if you don't like it. If you do like it, what are the things that you like about it and why? And if you don't like it, because to be honest with you, if there's anything that you don't like, I probably want to hear that more than the things that you do like. Because, yeah, from my reading and understanding of the update, it just seems very, very positive overall. And as I say, I think that this could potentially be the best update ever that SORARE's added in the game. And for me to say that, is something. I think it's a pretty big thing that they're doing, and it's great. I think it's great. So we're going to talk about it, and then once we've spent a bit of time talking about it, we're then going to try and line up build with the new update in mind, and we're going to try and get all our lineups sorted for SORARE, and then potentially we'll do some scouting as well. We will try to open up. Well, we will open up the free tip scout fund coupons, and we'll try to do as many of them as we can later on when they will get updated and redeemed. And then, yeah, we'll look at some pooky stuff as well. So that's the plan, guys. Who have we got here in the chat, first of all, before we crack on? The Milky Bar Kids in here. Also, a big thank you to Twitch Gaming for the resub, man, and the 9 months of support. Thank you so much. How do we name our firstborn? I think we should name our firstborn. What should we name our firstborn? I think we should name our firstborn. The first name of our firstborn should be called Trap. It has to be, doesn't it? Trap is the first name of our firstborn. With 2 P's, of course, right? Not one. Hello to Smickers as well, and a big thank you to Smickers for the 6 months and the tier 1. Thank you so much for the support, guys. If you don't know, the subs massively help to run the channel. It also means that I can keep doing the content, and I can actually keep doing different content, new content, things that are testing the waters a little bit. And also, we can do giveaways. We can do lots of cool stuff on the streams on the channel. So yeah, thank you so much for the subs, guys. And if you want to subscribe to the channel, you can. If you want to support the channel, you can subscribe for free using the link at the top of the chat. If you're an Amazon Prime member, which is pretty cool. And you'll also be able to get loads of the benefits as well of being a sub. So for example, when we do giveaways live on the stream, which we'll probably do today, you then have a chance of winning cards every time we go live, which is really cool. And you also get to earn more free tip scout fund coupons, which are our channel points that we run here over on Twitch. And if you can earn more free tip scout fund coupons, then when you get to 75,000, I'll actually buy you a card live on the stream, a card of your choice up to £10, which is a big benefit as well. And there's loads of other benefits too. You can access the Discord. You don't get to watch any ads on the stream. So, you know, it helps to support me, and also you get a lot out of it too. So do consider subscribing if you're enjoying it. And yeah, as Twitch Gaming says, you can sub for free if you have Amazon Prime, which is pretty cool. Hello to Ola as well. The Milky Bar Kid says, what does the level do? So before we kind of dive into this here, this juicy article talking about the product update, it looks like the Milky Bar Kid has kind of missed about the levels here. So challenges and levels were introduced into the game, I think, a couple of days ago. And they're really cool. So this level bar, basically, it's a leveling up system based on how you fulfill these challenges, okay? And the challenges are loads of different things in the game. It serves as more of a tutorial for the game as well. But then once you get past beginner, it's just basically completing tasks like scoring at least 200 points on one occasion in common competitions. And then there's loads of other different ones as well. There's one limited card reward. So basically just from playing the game, you'll unlock these kind of achievements, you'll complete the challenge, and then it gives you points, and then those points will contribute towards you leveling up. Now, at the moment, that you don't get anything for like reaching a certain level. So there's nothing, if you complete all of the challenges, there's nothing you get at the end, which is probably like a little bit of an oversight, or maybe it's something that Sorare is going to be doing later on. So at the moment, this doesn't really serve much of a purpose. It's more like a bragging right. You know, like if someone's like level 60, they can be like, yeah, I'm level 60, cool. It's like a swinging dick contest, basically, until Sorare make it like where you get something for it. Maybe they will. They have said that in the future, they're going to be fleshing this out more, and they're going to be developing it more. So I wouldn't be surprised if you get like a huge haul of Sorare coins if you reach like level, I don't even know how many levels there are. Maybe there'll be like a level 100. So if you reach level 100 one day, you'll get like loads of Sorare coins or something, some kind of reward in the future. But at the moment, you don't get anything. It just levels you up based on your challenges that you do. Good morning from Elchmate. Hello to Robert as well. I don't want to talk about the levels, or else I'll get angry again. Why would you get angry about the levels? What have I missed there? I don't remember you getting angry the last time we was talking about the levels when they were released, no? Afternoon to AA Beast as well. Do you get anything useful from it, or is it just the badges? It's just the badges, yeah. It's just the badges. So this whole thing is cool. This feature's really cool. But we have to say it because it's something that if you've been playing Sorare for a while now, you will know already about this. You'll be very familiar with this, right? Is that Sorare are doing lots of cool things. And of course, we're going to talk about the update in a second. And that is going to involve a lot of cool things. But Sorare also, they do have a little bit of a history of launching things or implementing things into the game where they're kind of half-cocked, right? So they're like half-baked. They're not quite there fully. It's not like a fully fledged feature. It's pretty much there, and then there might be some things that add on later. They might develop it more, and as the word that they like to use so often, iterate. I feel like every article we get and every update, you will find the most amount of usage of iterate anywhere. I never hear or see that anywhere apart from really with Sorare. They use iterate a lot, and you'll probably see it. In fact, you will see it quite a bit in this article. But yeah, Sorare love that word. It's their favorite word, and probably what will happen is that they will iterate further on this in the future, and then rather than just getting badges, which are kind of cool, because you can then assign them, right, those badges to your club. You get something a bit more significant on the levels. But yeah, I like it. I think it's cool. Should be able to unlock cool badges or banners with those points. Feels useless right now. Well, you do unlock the badges, yeah. You do unlock the badges. These effectively are the badges, aren't they? So you unlock them when you complete the challenges. I don't really know whether people want to unlock these or not, though. It's cool. It's a nice cosmetic. I don't really feel like people necessarily want to have these. I mean, some people might, right? I think this one's actually quite cool. I think the beginner one looks pretty decent. Some of these are okay. Each to their own, isn't it? Like when it comes to stuff like this, some people will love them and others won't. And then you get these ones here, like a collector badge and an ambassador. I think it's more flex, isn't it? It's more flex that if you've got the collector badge at the moment, then probably not a lot of people will have a collector's badge because you have to be ranked first in 3 different albums that have at least 100 participants. And then you have to be ranked first in a limited album that has at least 400 participants. So basically, there's a lot of hard challenges here to do around the collection. And it kind of signifies that you spent quite a bit of money and you put quite a bit of time and effort into the game. So it's like almost like a flex, isn't it? if you see anybody with the collector badge at the moment, you're like, okay, that guy's playing SORARE pretty seriously. But yeah, other than that, you don't get any other kind of badges or anything or banners. The banners still need to be changed in the club shop, and I think they will. Like, these are the current badges, and these are the banners. And as we know, they're absolutely crap, aren't they? So yeah, when the club shop gets revamped, it would be quite cool as well. Maybe if you can, if you reach certain levels, you get to unlock extra club badges or banners in here, something like that. That'd be quite cool. I also need to say big thank you to AI Beast as well for the 3 months in the Prime, man. Thank you so much for the support on the channel and welcome back in. And also need to say hello to Volt21. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel too. Twitch Gaming, because all this makes no sense and it's half-baked shit with no use else than saying, oh, look, my dick is bigger than yours. Yeah, it is basically a dick competition, isn't it? It's a flex competition. Never heard of this word before SORARE started spamming it. What, iterate? Yeah. They use it a lot. I think they overuse it. And it's I don't know, I haven't mentioned it before on the stream, but whenever there's a new update or there's a new article, I'm almost in my head now. Before I'm reading the article, I'm thinking, right, I'm trying to guess how many instances of iterate there will be. And I think for this article, I guessed, I thought that there was going to be 3. And I think that there is actually more than 3. I can't remember. I guess 3. I thought there was more than 3. We're going to check it now, though. Got Diaby as my tier 3 from the Prem Specialist, by the way. That's a brilliant reward. I would love a Diaby. I'm a big fan of Diaby. So I think that's a brilliant tier 3 to steal. Well done, man. Guys, let me know what you got from SORARE, like what rewards you won last night. Hey, man, off topic, but I guess you might have needed to do it in the past. Is there any cheap way to convert ETH to Matic? I would, basically what I do is I convert the ETH to Matic on Coinbase. I just use an exchange platform. Twitch Gaming says he uses Binance for it. From experience, it has the lowest fees. You could also use Binance. Depends where you are. I think if you're in the UK, getting a Binance account now is a bit, well, you can do it, but the problem is that in the UK, Binance doesn't have it doesn't have a license effectively, so it's not regulated by any financial authority, and they've kind of actually put a bit of restriction on there that you can't, if you put money into Binance, right, you can't withdraw it out of Binance directly. You'd have to send it to another place, so like Binance to Coinbase, and then you can like withdraw it. They've restricted withdrawals on Binance, and I know that because I signed up to a Binance account about 11 months ago, and at the time that I signed up, there was already a restriction in place, and then there was going to be a further restriction, and I think there has been, because I recently read something about it, saying that they failed to get a license in the UK. So yeah, Binance, Coinbase, basically any kind of crypto exchange platform, try that, do that, and that's just a good kind of way to get your money converted. Thank you also to It's BitHorse. Hello to It's BitHorse. Thank you for the sub, man, the 8 months. Welcome back into the channel, It's BitHorse. Should we open this up? Just in case everyone's jumping in and they're thinking, why we're not talking about this? Because we are going to talk about it. I'm quite excited, guys. I have to be honest with you. I feel like this is the first time ever. I think it is actually the first time ever where we've approached an update on the stream where we're talking about it live, and I'm actually very excited about it, and I don't really feel like there's a load of negatives, if at all any, to talk about. And that is so unusual because often when SORARE announce an update or they release an update, it's been the case so many times where an update is so divisive. You'll get like half of the SORARE community loving it, and you'll get half of the community hating it. And there'll be just as many almost negatives as there are positives. Whereas with this update, I think it's very different. And I think there's a lot more positives than there are like cons to it, actually. So like more pros and cons. So let's go through it, right? So this is the SORARE football product update. It was released yesterday, and you can find the article on Medium. I'll put the link in the chat in case any of you guys have not read it. So let me put that in the chat for you guys there. Okay. You can also find it on SORARE's homepage as well, on SORARE's Twitter page, and you can go into the game. You can click the bell, and then you can also find it in your notifications. So, SORARE football product update, announcing reward boxes, bonus adjustments, and more. Let's run through it. As shared in the, and we can already see our word, iterate, there it is. It makes it into the first paragraph. See, I told you they love it. They love this word. As shared in the Football November product roadmap, a key focus of our product team is to iterate, so that's the first instance of iterate, on our competition formats to create more sustainable and fun gameplay. So they did mention back in November, like this article here, they did mention in here that they understand that it's been a bit of a frustration for managers around rewards and around making the game sustainable as a platform, but also as a place where you feel like you've got valuable cards. Your cards hold value, and that you can actually it's worth winning them because you can then sell them for decent money, or they can do something decent for you in the game. So that's been their focus. And I also need to say a big thank you to Lucky Canoe as well for the Prime, man. Thank you, Lucky Canoe. Thank you so much for the 4 months, man. Welcome back into the channel. Also, what else we got in here? We're quite close to a hype train as well. I think the problem in the box is, okay, before I read all this, don't worry, there's time for them to fuck it up, says Jordan. Hello to Jordan, by the way. And then CWX says, first place percentage in the boxes should be higher. I don't think so, personally. I have heard that before. I personally don't think so. I'm going to explain why. Right, let's run through it. The Premier League Winter Competition has allowed us to test the potential of cash-only prizes. So at the moment, there is this Premier League Winter Special. I think it's a pretty cool competition. It probably hasn't had as much interest or entrance in it as what I think everyone was thinking or hoping for. But it's a very cool idea. And if they do more like that, then I think SORARE will have another good competition format that everybody can start to get excited for, because the cash-only prize pools is a competition that we haven't really ever had in SORARE, and it's a nice way of relieving the card pressure, the supply pressure of the total amount of cards in circulation by not issuing cards and by just issuing cash, which actually a lot of people appreciate more in the game at the moment. Here we go again. See, you can tell I wasn't joking. They love this word, iteration. So we're only in the third paragraph and we see iteration again. It's definitely whoever's writing this, it's definitely their favorite word, isn't it? I think when they use it, it's probably a word that makes them feel very clever, but it is quite a cool word. But yeah, our next iteration, so that's the second time, helps us explore a new rewards experience on top of card rewards and cash from managers. So great. So at the moment, since they've launched the Premier League Winter Special, we now have a competition format that offers cash only, in addition to the standard competition format in SORARE, which are cards mainly, but also a combination of cards and cash, right? And what SORARE is saying here is that this is going to be a completely new rewards experience, something that they've never done before in the game. It's going to be a new type of reward that you can win. So what is that? That is, of course, this here, SORARE reward boxes, which actually look pretty cool. And I have to be honest with you, this looks very similar, this kind of box and this design, to when SORARE released the 3D AR cards, where they were doing promos and videos showing those cards in public spaces, and they were coming out of a box which actually looked like this. So maybe that was a little bit of a like a sneak peek early on as to what they had planned. But yes, SORARE reward boxes, okay? Now, initially, I got to be honest with you. Initially, when I read that they were looking at boxes, I've got to be honest with you. Initially, my heart dropped a little bit because I thought, oh, hold on. Like reward boxes, what does that mean? Is it going to be where you don't know what you're going to get? Is it that, you like, are they going to just throw lots of trash in there? How is it going to work? Because when you think of a reward box, essentially a reward box is a loot box, right? It's a loot box, okay? And sometimes in some games, loot boxes are done well, and in other games, they're not done well, and you can actually feel like it's too grindy and it's far too almost pay to win that the loot box system doesn't really work, right? But we're going to show now that the thought that's gone into this actually is pretty smart, and it's well conceived. So, reward boxes. Before we go on, let me also read what's going on here. So what happens to the tier 4, tier 5 cards? They cease to exist. And the tier 4, tier 5 cards, we're going to explain, but they're not going to be issued out in here, which I love, because I have basically done so many streams over the last month slamming that tier 4s and tier 5s in limited are still in the game, and they are still offered in every competition in the game, and nobody wants them, and we already have too many of them in the game, and they needed to find a way to get rid of them, to stop issuing out tier 4s and tier 5s, because all it's simply doing is bringing the market further down, 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 and at the moment, it's so difficult to sell cards that if you win a card that's basically bottom, as in it's like low end, it's a fodder card, it's a tier 4, tier 5, especially the tier 5s, good luck trying to sell it if it's a card that you don't want. Good luck, because nobody's buying them, the tier 5s, there's too many of them. There are some good players still, though, down there at the tier 5 range, but with prices being so low of the cards, it's almost like people are not interested in the tier 5s because sometimes their scoring is even not good enough. But why get a tier 5 that's like 50p when for, say, £2 or £3, you can actually get someone with way better scoring, way higher scoring. And actually, that's a card that's significantly more useful in the game, that you also have a better chance of selling on in the future than a bottom end tier 5, tier 4. So this is what they're proposing. This is what SORARE are proposing. They are launching a new competition. And again, look at the word. Look at the word which turns up here. Iteration. I don't think I've ever, as an English speaker, I don't think I've ever seen or heard or come across iteration as much as I have since I've been playing SORARE. And we should start doing a bit of a giveaway on it, right? A bit of a fun competition where every update, before we read it, we will kind of do like we'll maybe do like a giveaway. Like I'll ask people in the chat. Probably that won't work because the article will already be out, won't we? We'll have to do it before the article's released, where I run a competition, the iterate giveaway, and we will try to guess how many times iterate will be used in an update, like a written update from SORARE. And then whoever gets it right, we can then just give you a card away. Let me know if you guys want to do that. They want to reiterate the iterations. They do. You're horrible for this because I'll never not notice this moving forward. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And now we're talking about it. Trust me, you'll always be thinking to yourself, oh, wow, there's another iterate. There's another iterate. They love it. They love it a lot. I'll blacklist this word. Afternoon to the White Pele as well. And hello to Malv. Have you seen the Pro League comp already had to change rewards because Anderlecht Union will be without fans most likely? No, I haven't seen that at all. We'll come back to that. So remind me of that, Malv. Yeah, remind me because yeah, we might need to look at that for sure. Hello also to F Jump. Is that how I say your name? F Jump. I think that's how you say your name, man. Hello to you, buddy. Thank you for jumping in. So the reward box special 270 in the next competition iteration. So basically the next evolution of how they're running competitions in SORARE. They are proposing that they're going to call a competition the Reward Box Special 270. It only runs for 4 consecutive game weeks. So the way that everybody really needs to look at this, right, is that this is going to be, I'm just going to tell you now, this is going to be the way that SORARE move towards rewarding like mainstream in the game. But they're running it for 4 consecutive game weeks, almost like a trial, right? So before they roll it out, across most of the competitions, if not all of them in the game, they want to at least see over a couple of game weeks whether it's well received, whether it works the way that they intended it to, or whether there's any kind of issues with it, whether they need to make any tweaks to, like for example, the percentages that one of you guys mentioned. They can kind of use this 4 game week period to test it out, right? To test the water. And then if it is a success after those 4 game weeks, I'm pretty sure we can then expect it to be rolled out into the wider game. And I think I'm hoping that it's going to be a really successful 4 game weeks. I think it will. And then I'm actually quite eager to see this being rolled out throughout the rest of the game. But you're probably thinking, well, why Free Tip Scout? Because we don't know much about it. Well, let's dive into it, right? The competition has the same eligibility rules as a limited cap 270, okay? So again, bonuses apply, captaincy bonus for 50% applies to, all of that applies basically. Please know that this is in addition to all current competitions. So what they're saying here is that it kind of doesn't override any of the competitions. It's in addition, so nothing's being removed basically. They're just adding it in as an extra. And then the reward box special offers a new and exciting reward experience with the goal, and this is really important, this bit here. This is a really important point because one of the big frustrations for managers, including myself, who have been playing SORARE, and especially playing SORARE in the limited, right? So keep in mind that this reward box special 270 only applies to limited for the 4 game weeks. It's not for rare, it's not for super rare, it's just purely for limited for the time being. The big frustration that's been growing amongst a lot of SORARE managers is that when your card values are going further down and further down to the point where they're becoming as low as they've ever been, but you also keep the supply going where you are increasing the amount of cards that are coming into the game, what you basically have is you then have a lower amount of value to the cards, but more of them. Okay, so the supply is bigger, but the value of that supply is lower. And then what you essentially have is that you've lowered the barrier to entry for people to then pick up better players, right? So what you're going to have is you're going to have a situation where the cards are getting lower in value, but because the barriers to entry are lower, more people can compete in limited with better teams. And so what will happen is that the points that you need to then get a reward of any significant value, right? Because remember, don't forget, the card values are going down. So you don't really want to be winning a tier 5 with the card values being so low because that's only 40p. You need to be winning tier 3s, tier 2s, tier 1s, right? But it's even more difficult to do because of that whole lowering the barriers to entry. So what's kind of created a situation that's happened is that it's even more difficult now to get those tier 3s, to get the tier 2s, tier 1s and above, right? And in many cases, managers are investing in the game, building a team, and then just struggling to win at all. They're struggling to win a tier 5. And we've seen so many situations where you've needed, say, 380, 390 points or so to get a tier 5, a card worth 40p, which, to be honest with you, is a card that you won't even really be able to use, especially if you're an experienced manager you won't have much use for it and you'll want to sell it, but then you can't sell it because there's just too many of them. So you've won something, but you haven't won something. You actually don't feel like you're better off. And it's almost like it's not worth it. It's almost like, well, why am I playing limited to struggle to win something? And then when I do win something, it doesn't feel that valuable. It doesn't feel like it's worth winning. And the big kind of issue that I've had, the big problem that I've had with Sorare for a while, and I think it's been a little bit lost on a lot of managers as well, right? This is a card game. Okay, I'm going to say it again. This is a card game. This is a card game for the third time, right? And you probably think to yourself, what on earth are you talking about? Why are you emphasizing that? This is a card game. What that means is that this game centers around cards, right? Cards is the main product of this game. Cards are the main focus of this game. If you have a situation that's developed in the game where people, your users, don't see the value of winning cards in a card game, and if they are winning cards in a card game and they actually feel like they just would rather not win a card, then you've almost done something wrong, or something has happened in the game where the game has reached a point that it needs fixing. Because what should be the case in the game is that your users should be craving, should be desiring massively to win cards in the game. They should want to get their hands on the cards, and it should feel special when they win a card in their game. It should feel like a real big milestone that on rewards day, they can't wait to open their reward and see what card they've got. I have, and I know that some others as well, a lot of others who are playing the game have been in situations, right? And I even found myself saying this on yesterday's stream, and I had to keep saying, I can't believe I'm saying this because I don't want to be saying it, but the state of the game that it was in before this update was making me say that, is that, for example, for Cap 220, the month-long, I was saying yesterday when we were lineup building for it, I was saying, I don't really care. I don't really care if I put a good team in for that, or if I do put a good team in for that. I don't care either way. And the reason I don't care is because the kind of reward that they're offering as a bare minimum is a 40p card, right? A tier 5. And so winning cards should feel like, okay, I want to win that competition and I want to do really good in it. But in order to do good in that competition, to win something worthwhile, you need to win a tier 3 and above. If you put your best team in there and then you win a tier 5, which is a 40p card, this is not something that makes you feel special, and this is not something that makes you feel like you want to win those rewards, right? Because you just don't. And so this is really cool because they're proposing in the reward box that the cards that you win will feel special again, because they are actually removing the tier 4s and the tier 5s, which we're going to get to in a second. So the minimum value card that you can get is a tier 3. But before you freak out, that doesn't mean that there's going to be less rewards to win, because they are looking at rewarding more managers in a different way, okay? And the way that they've proposed, I think, is really cool. Also, I want to say a big thank you to Cwix as well for the resub. Thank you so much for the 1 month and the 3 months, man. Thank you so much. Imagine being, exactly, Robbie, imagine being 7,000th and getting a tier 0. And you're probably thinking, if you haven't really read the article, what do you mean getting a tier 0, which is a star? This is what makes this system that they proposed really exciting, because you can literally go into the rewards experience now every rewards day and feel like you have a chance of winning big, even if you have finished really low down in the rankings. Even if you finish last, you have a chance of basically almost winning the jackpot. So let's go down. The rewards experience also aims to address a number of reward frustrations and feedback. We're going to talk about this because there's a few things here that are worth mentioning. this is kind of what I was just talking about here, that managers believe they need too many points to win a reward that brings excitement on rewards day. Okay? So, kind of what I just talked about, but I also want to expand on that because I think the other point that SORARE have missed there is that it's not just too many points to win a reward, right? It's also the fact that it's too many points to win a reward that's also not worth anything, that doesn't feel great. It's not worthwhile to win. It doesn't have good value, and you can't get excited on it. And I personally, some of you guys have seen it on my streams, that I had a tier 5 limited a couple of times to open recently, and we done the opening live on the stream, and I wasn't that excited about it, and I could tell in the chat at the time that I was opening the rewards that you guys weren't that excited either about the reward opening, because we basically opened it, and we just wanted to move it on as quick as possible, and that is just completely not the point about playing a card game. It should be that you open a reward and you're so excited you almost like can't contain yourself that you're going to get a really cool card. We got like a 40p card, and the chat was so dead at the time when I opened it. Nobody was saying anything. I didn't blame them because it was like, well, I don't even really want to. I opened it like this. I was like, okay, what have we got? Okay, we got that. Let's go and check his price. It's 40p cards that we don't want, that can't help us actually, that we can't sell. Let's move it on. That was literally the card reward opening experience for me with the tier 5, and it has been kind of getting to that point recently where we just almost haven't wanted to open it, just because it doesn't make you feel good opening it, and you actually feel like a bit of a chump because you get someone that you don't want and you can't sell them. And so you win something, but you don't really win. You kind of win, but you lose. And so, yeah, they mentioned that there's been a frustration that managers have needed too many points to win a reward. But actually, they have needed too many points, but they've also needed too many points to win something that's really worthwhile. Okay, and if you're not winning in limited tier 3s and above, the tier 4s and the tier 5s just don't feel like it's worth. I mentioned it on a tweet yesterday. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. It doesn't feel like building a team and investing in limited is worth the time or effort just to get 40p cards, right? And this is something that they're trying to address with this reward box. Twitter haters going to say they've rigged your account when you open a star free tip scout. I think they will, yeah. They definitely will. I think you will be able to get a reward with 3 and 4 players too. Or I don't, maybe. I don't know about that. We'll have to see how it goes, right? I mean, I'm sure you probably will be able to, but I'd also like to think that you can, you should still have 5 players in order to get at least a reward. I think, yeah, you certainly won't need low points to get into the rewards, even though they're paying out more prizes, or more positions, right, rather than more prizes. Let's keep going though, so we can read it a bit more. Winning XP. So this is another feedback that SORARE got, that winning XP would be a more interesting reward so that managers can select the player cards they want to level up. Now, I'll be honest with you, I haven't heard many people mentioning this, but I actually think it's a good idea, because at the moment in SORARE, if you want to level up a specific card quicker, right? If you want to develop a certain player quicker, so for example, Billy Mitchell, right? He's a under 23 player that I might want to try and max out his card a lot quicker than the other ones, right? Maybe I don't want to level up Billy Mitchell at the same rate as Max Allen Gradle. Kind of the only way to do it at the moment is to go into the club shop and then to basically buy this level up rare for 7,500 SORARE coins, right? And to be honest with you, not many people have really been using this. I've only used it once, and I only bought a level up rare once when I had a player that was at level 19 and I needed to get them up to level 20. And this level up basically takes them up 1 level, right? which is pretty useful at the later levels. But there hasn't really been a way to increase the XP on a specific player, just like to make them earn XP quicker, right? This is more just giving them a level up rather than giving them more XP. And it's actually a smart idea because there are players that you'll have in your gallery that you want to just prioritize more, right? So winning XP in many ways, I think would be a decent reward to win. And it's something that they've proposed, which we're going to see in a minute. They also said, managers care more about top-tier card awards, and it's important to ensure that top performers in a game week are rewarded fairly. This other point here, okay, basically comes back to the main point I'm talking about, is that, and I actually said this in a tweet around my whole 40p, the whole 40p fiasco, is that I put a tweet out a few weeks back saying, I would much rather that in the month-long competitions, like, there are less rewards to win, right? But there's less card rewards to win, but you get a higher proportion. You get a bigger tier. So there's bigger proportion of the tier 3s, the tier 2s, the tier 1s. Just get rid of the tier 4s and the tier 5s. People don't want to win them, but make sure that the cards that you do win in competitions are worth winning, right? And try to increase the amount of the higher end cards that you can win. And so this is all something that they've had as feedback, and it's something that they've decided they're going to use to propose in this reward box. So the solution they've said they're exploring is to offer more managers to the top 7,000, which is pretty significant because, to my knowledge, the only competition that rewards close to that is All-Star. So the All-Star competition, if we have a look here, the All-Star competition, that's only offering 2,500, right? We've never had a competition in SORARE that's offered so many rewards, right? Has paid out so many rewards in one go. And it's offering 7,000, as you can see here. It's a lot, but you shouldn't be alarmed because the way that they're planning on doing it is that they're only going to be offering potentially as a fixed amount 200, so 200 positions as a fixed card amount, right? So 200 card rewards effectively for the top 200. And then after that, you're going to get some boxes. And in the boxes, you have a chance of winning a card, but you have percentages to win them. And the lower down you place, the less chance you have of winning a card reward of any type of tier. And then the more chance you have of actually winning, you'll actually win like an XP, which is pretty cool. Rather XP than SORARE coins. It's not bad, but also not super exciting. Hello, FTS. Got 60th in cap to 40. This is from Tiago. And got Columbato as a tier 2. And Cheeky Klein Beckel tier 3 from All-Star. Also received McGinn, apparently from winning the score dice in SORARE Mega. Oh my God. Wow. What a week for you, no? You've cleaned up. Is the tournament not out yet, or can I not see it? It says Game Week 433. You can see it. Are we talking about Reward Box Special 270 Limited? Because if we are, you can see it right here. Game Week 433, and you scroll down here, and it's the Reward Box Special 270. It's this one here, right? Reward Box Special 270, and this is the team that I have for it at the moment, which we'll talk about later. Hey, FTS, how's it going? Back after a long time. What are all these new things in SORARE? Yeah, lots of exciting stuff happening. Do you think they will introduce the ability to buy boxes? No. No. Well, potentially in the club shop, for a huge amount of SORARE coins, but I don't think that they need to look at that anytime soon. I would prefer that they don't put them in the club shop to start with, and that you can just get those boxes from rewards. But potentially, yeah, Smickers, what you've said there, you could potentially buy one with SORARE coins. But as I say, I think I'd prefer it that they don't look at implementing that for now, and that they just see how they get on implementing it as the rewards. But good point, by the way. Really good point. I've just cashed out of everything. I got 10 limiteds I can't get rid of, and I'm going free to play for a while. Oh, wow. So that's from Tom. Why have you cashed out of everything, Tom? Like, what's the reason? Did you find that you were struggling to win? Did you find that when you were winning, it didn't feel worth winning the stuff that you did win? Were you getting frustrated with maybe a lack of progress or just not being able to sell cards? Like, what was the reason that you decided to go free to play? Because it's quite interesting to hear that now, because I actually think, if anything, this makes me want to go and buy limited cards. And you guys know that I've already said categorically I'm not buying any more limited cards because I was so frustrated with the rewards experience in SORARE and just that I wasn't seeing enough being done to address it. That, you know, limiteds were constantly falling. You can't sell the cards. Again, the cards that you win are not worth winning, and it's just too much effort to win something too little in value. So I was like, fuck this, basically. I was really at the point with limited where I said, like, I'm not buying anymore. I'm done with it. I'll keep the cards that I've got. I'm not investing anymore in this scarcity. But since they've updated us with the reward box special 270, I got to be honest, guys, it has made me think, I would almost like to start getting limiteds again, but I'm not. I'm not going to, because it's early days and I still have my reservations about limited, and I think I want to, I don't need to buy more limited. I've got enough already. So let's see how we can do with the limited we've got. And let's see if the market rebounds as well. Not happening because of gambling restrictions, not for money or rare coins. Yeah, I just got rid of all my limited cards too. Nice week for me. Last cap 240 ended up 5th. I got a Pulisic, also very happy, very good. I decided to sell my Arsenal limited collection because it really wasn't working and wanted to get better rare cards. I want to hear from Tom. Where's Tom gone? I want to hear why Tom has kind of cashed out. So they're offering 7,000 rewards now, and it's a mix here to ensure that the top managers are guaranteed top rewards. That's the theory of it, right? Let's open this up. This is the full breakdown. Okay. So this is what they're going to be offering from Game Week 433, which is this weekend, actually. So it goes live very soon. And you could always start lineup building for this competition. First to third, right? First to third, get a star, so a tier 0 limited, and then a tier 3 rare, plus a premium box, right? And you probably think to yourself, if you haven't read the article, what's a premium box? What you get in it? I'm going to show you in a second. So just park that for now. 4th to 10th, get a tier 1 limited and a tier 4 rare, plus also a premium box, okay? And then 11th to 20th, get a tier 2 limited, a tier 5 rare, and then a premium box, okay? I like this. I'm happy with this. So you get tier 5 rares here, tier 4s, tier 3s, and then tier 2 limiteds, tier 1s, and then a tier 0 a star. Plus, up to the top 20, they get premium boxes as well, right? So top 20 get 2 cards and a premium box. Fine. 21st to 60th get a tier 2 plus a premium box, but they do not get any rare card at all. And then 61st to 200th place get a tier 3 and a premium box, right? So top 200 managers get a card reward and a premium box, okay? Top 200 places get a card reward. There's no other card rewards that are being rewarded past the 200th place, right? As a fixed reward. You have a chance to win them in the boxes, but there's no actual fixed amount past the 200 that they're going to be issuing out here. And that is significant because that is going to massively reduce the amount of cards which they are rewarding every single week in the game. And it's just not helping the game increase the values of cards and get the rewards of the cards to a good value that are worth winning, right? 3rd to 100th ain't right. What I'm saying here, there should be another box in between, in my opinion, or differing percentage. Ultimately, I needed to this is from Tom. Ultimately, I needed to recoup some of the money I invested. I was never winning anything, so I needed to get money back and not let it sit there whilst I struggled. Yeah, smart. I agree. I think I just needed a hard reset. I hope things improve in the new year. I can start again and invest in better cards. Okay, very smart. Yeah, very smart. It sounds like you thought that through. And you're right. Rather than just having your car sitting there where the values are potentially just decreasing as well, and it's value that's not doing anything for you, you're not getting a return on investment, cash it out and then look to restart again. And also, to be honest with you, I don't know how long you've been playing for, Tom, but if you've only been playing for not too long, then what you would have probably found as well is that you've learned a lot from your experience in SORARE. So then you can apply those lessons again in the hard reset, and any mistakes you made, you can then avoid, right? When you then reinvest and start to rebuild again. 201st to 1000 place is a premium box. 1001 to 3000 is a standard box. And then basically, if you finish outside the top 3000 up to the 7000 place, which is the last position, you get a light box, right? So there's 7,000 reward boxes. So everybody gets some type of box, but it's only paying the premium boxes up to the 1000th position, and then the standard box between 1000 to 3, and then 3 to 7 is the light box, okay? So let's dive into the boxes, okay? The reward box unlocks a new rewards experience. So rather than just getting cards, you can get something else out of it. And what you will get out of it will be an XP. So you can win XP to boost your card. It says, depending on your placement, you will qualify for one of the 3 rewards, so light, standard, premium, and there's different probabilities. And then we're going to bring that up right now so that you guys can see it, because unfortunately, it doesn't give the breakdown of the reward boxes in the article, which I think is a little bit bizarre, that you're going to be talking about reward boxes, but they don't actually put the breakdown of the boxes in here, which I think, yeah, is a bit silly, really. So you have to kind of go into the game. You have to click on the reward box special. Then you have to click on the prize pool. And then you simply have to click on the boxes themselves. So for the premium box, we click on it. And then we can then see what the breakdown is here of what you get in a premium box. And they all follow like the same format. So there'll be a star, tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 chance to win one of those cards. You'll notice there's no tier 4, there's no tier 5. And this is what I love about this system, is completely getting rid of those crappy cards that no one wants to win, that we already are flooded. We're drowning in tier 4s and tier 5s in SORARE. We certainly don't need any more. And if I'm being honest with you guys as well, I'm always honest with you, but if I'm being even more honest with you, I think the tier 4s and the tier 5s have been in the game, as in they've been offered out and they've been dished out for far too long. Far too long. I think ideally, if we're going to be critical here, I would have liked to have seen this like a year ago. The tier 4s and tier 5s, people didn't want to win them then. For example, the All-Star competition, which is the flagship competition. This is the competition where it's the poster boy competition of SORARE All-Star. To win All-Star is supposed to be the biggest achievement in SORARE. The minimum reward you can win in All-Star is a fucking 50, 40p card. Come on. Come on. I've been saying this for a while. It can't be a flagship competition, because your flagship competition is only a flagship if it's as good as if it's based on its minimum. It's all very well saying you can win stars and you can win lots of money at the top end, but you can't be offering 40p cards and calling it flagship. It's a flagship competition if there are a higher level of cards to win as a bare minimum, because then that is really flagship. Then people really want to play that competition and they really hope that they can win a card. But if you're playing it and you're thinking, oh, I get a tier 5, a 40p card from the flagship, you start to question how flagship that competition is, right? So at the moment, we're talking about this reward cap 270, but my point here is that this system is great. I just wish that we would have got this system a lot sooner, so that today we have it implemented throughout most of the game, where the tier 4s and the tier 5s are not still in All-Star. You have this limited premium box. And this premium box, this box system is really cool, right? Because it says here, in each rewards box, you are guaranteed a limited boost, right? So you get 3 level ups for limited, which will help you to progress your players and make your players stronger, which will help you to progress in the game and hopefully win better rewards, right? Better cards in the future. You get a limited boost item, or you get a limited pro card, and then it gives you the breakdown. So the premium box here, so let's say, for example, you finish first, you are going to get also a premium box, and you're going to have an 80% chance to get a level up. So the odds are very much weighted towards more the level up than it is the cards for all of the boxes, actually. You have a 15% chance for tier 3, 3.7 for tier 2, 1% for tier 1, 0.3 for star, right? Now, one thing that I've seen in the chat from a lot of you guys, and I want to address it, I want to talk about it, right? I've seen this as well on Twitter. I've actually seen, and I think also CWix, right? You're saying that you have a 1 in 300 or so chance of a star, right? I've actually seen people say that they think that the star percentage should be higher here, right? So if you get first place in the reward box special 270, you should have a higher chance to win a star. I don't agree with that. I personally don't agree with that. The reason I don't agree with that is that you're winning, if you come first, this is the main reward, right? Getting these fixed card rewards here. This should be, if you're interested in card rewards, this should be the main reward, right? You shouldn't be getting the odds tipped more in your favor for winning it to get a star, because I think that then tips the odds. I think it tips the balance too much, basically. I think if you come first, it's cool to have a chance of winning a star, but I don't think the chance needs to be crazy high. Now, you could argue that maybe that could be what, 0.5, right? To give you a slightly better chance of winning. But honestly, I'm actually happy with that, because I think if you were wanting to increase the percentage of the star, like, what would it be increased to that would be realistic? Because I don't think that this needs to be loaded, right? I don't think it needs to be loaded at all, because this isn't really the focus of winning. The focus of winning is this here, and then, sure, if you get a star here, great, but I don't think because you win, you should have a better chance of winning a star, like a significantly better chance of winning a star. I feel like that's almost a little bit too greedy, and I also would worry a little bit that then the people who win, like potentially the whales, can then start to hog more of the stars. I think having it at this is low enough that it doesn't feel like there's a significant advantage for them to win more stars than the other levels. But it's also a higher portion than what you get from the other levels. That means that maybe you are going to get super lucky one time and you are going to win a star, and then it's going to feel even more special when you do win it, because the percentage is already quite low anyway. And I think that's the point, is that it's not to kind of make sure that whoever wins gets a better chance of getting another star. It's just, if you do get it, it's also then going to feel even more special because the odds to do so were so low there. So yeah, for me, it's fine. I actually have no issue with it. I have no issue with it at all. I hope that they don't change it, because I actually think this is fine. And I don't want this to be the focus of trying to win cards, because it shouldn't be. The focus shouldn't be trying to win cards from the premium box, right? To boost your chances to win them there. The focus should just be to get into these positions here and to know that you're then going to get these guaranteed card rewards, and then anything you get here is like a bonus, right? So I'm happy with that. I'm totally happy with that. Didn't tier 4, tier 5 come in last year? Everyone was ecstatic about it because more people would win. Hindsight is wonderful. Yeah. It's Bit Horse has made a good point there. Because, yeah, last year, when they released the tier 4, tier 5s, right, they expanded it, because it used to be just 3 tiers, 1, 2, and 3. And they expanded it to tier 4s, tier 5s. And I've got to be honest with you, at the time, I didn't really rave about it, but I also didn't slam it, because I was a little bit unsure and unclear for me personally what it was going to do. So I thought, well, this could be a good thing technically, because it means then that potentially you get more people winning, right? And more people can win some cards that can hopefully help them. Unfortunately, the way it turned out is that it basically diluted the values of cards, didn't it? Adding the tier 4 and the tier 5, and it completely eroded all the value at the low end, um, which basically brought the whole market down. And so I think if we were being really honest about it, if you ask Sorare for an 100% honest answer, I think they would probably say that adding the tier 4s and the tier 5s was an oversight or probably a mistake from them. That in hindsight, it has done the market more harm than it has good, to be honest with you. And I think this is what we're seeing here being proposed is almost a correction for a mistake that they've made around putting the tier 4s and tier 5s into the prize pool. And eventually, hopefully we can see the tier 4s and tier 5s be removed completely, so that then there's less card rewards that are being issued out, but there are more people still being rewarded, just in a different way, and that actually then the values start to get returned again to the cards that you win. One thing that is funny, one thing, I think, I can't remember who it was, but when I was talking about a few weeks back on Twitter, I was saying how we need to stop giving out tier 4s and tier 5s, and we need to just dish out X amount of cards and then find another way to reward. And I didn't know what that was. I think at the time, I was pitching an idea of Sorare coins or a credit, right? Some kind of a credit, rather than a premium box or any kind of box idea. And I remember some manager, I can't remember who it was, their name, but I remember a manager responded to me on Twitter saying they won't be able to do that because they have to dish out tier 4s and tier 5s as part of their supply commitment. And I remember kind of saying back, like, that's the nonsense. That's just not true. You don't need to dish out the tier 4s and the tier 5s to the same volume, the same supply. You just need to cut them, and you need to find a way to replenish those positions with an alternative reward, right? All it's doing with the tier 4s and tier 5s is it's just flooding the market more. It's making it very difficult for Sorare to keep their head above water when it comes to supply versus demand. Don't worry, they're not in financial problems. It's just, if you're constantly minting all of these low-end cards through rewards, but you're then not seeing the growth or not growing as much from new users, it's just, we've seen it for the past year. Everyone's then going to be struggling to sell their cards, the values go down, everything goes down, and nobody's better off from that situation. But if you can cut that crap out and just find an alternative way to reward that then doesn't have such a negative impact on the market and the game economy, then actually the game economy will be better. Even those low-end tier 4s and tier 5s won't be minted. There won't be as big an amount of them in supply. And then actually those will increase a little bit in value as well. So then maybe rather than a tier 5 being a 40p card at the moment, after this is implemented and hopefully widespread, the tier 5s might actually rise to be £1, which is still a low amount, right? But it would be a significant increase from where they're at the moment, where it's a 40p valuation of a card. I get you. If they increase the percentage for the higher ranks, then the less likely for those further down. Yeah, because they can only give out X stars. Yeah, exactly. That too. I think I'm going to put my Luton team into the 270 special, says Jordan. I'm a little bit tempted to do that myself because they have Bournemouth, don't they? The Premier League Winter Comp has done nothing for me right now. Same for me. But also, Jordan, it's been frustrating, right? Because Luton have been chopping and changing the team, so you never know who's going to play, who's not, and who's going to DMP on you. That's the biggest frustration right now, is that, like, there's just too much of a rotation that's happening, and it's so unclear what the starting 11 is going to be. Bundesliga Celebration special edition cards are here. Okay, we'll come back to this because I want to keep talking about the update here, first of all. Let's go into the prize pool. So, premium box, to win the star, you have a 0.3 chance, okay, for all the premium boxes. And then for the standard box, which you get from between 1,000 to 3,000, you have a 0.1% chance, right? 0.1 to win a star. You have an 88% chance to win a limited. So the further down you go, the higher chance you have of winning the level ups, right? And something to keep in mind that the standard box only gives you 2 level ups. The premium box gives you 3 level ups. So you really want to be trying to win the premium box where you can, even if that means placing here, right? In the top 1,000 just to get that extra level up. And also the increased chance to win a card like this, right? Any type of card. And then the light box will give you 1 level up, limited level up. You have a 91% chance. But look at this here. You have a 0.05% chance to win a star. And we have to talk about this here because this is what I love about this system that's being proposed, right? Previously, if you finish towards the bottom end of a competition, right? And you can still at the moment because this hasn't been implemented to every competition SORARE. But let's take All-Star, for example, right? In All-Star, if you finish at the bottom end of All-Star Limited, you win a 40p card, right? You win a 40p card. Pretty much. Most people win a 40p card. 40, 50p, right? This is so useless as a card for people that are playing an All-Star, right? It's useless. And you have no other chance to win anything more significant. It's literally a 40p card and that's it, right? This system proposes that you don't win a 40p card. You win a level up, which can help improve your 40p card if you have a 40p card, or it could also improve your £400 limited card if you have that, right? You get the level up, which is way more valuable to a manager than a 40p card, right? However, what's super cool here is that you also have a chance to win a star card. Now, it's a very, very low chance, right? But imagine this for 1 second. Imagine this, right? I compete. Let's use me as an example. I compete in this reward Cap 270, right? For the 4 game weeks that it's running. And let's say in the last game week, I finish 7,000. So I finish in the last position, the last place to win a prize in the reward box special, right? I think, you know what? We've had a bit of a shocker there. We've had a big shocker. We're finishing last. We're not going to get anything good. We're just going to get a limited light box, right? So I approach the rewards day and I'm a little bit downbeat and I'm thinking, it really wasn't that good. We were expecting more. Our players let us down. We didn't really make any mistakes. We just got really unlucky there and it's so annoying. So we come to the rewards day. We see that our box is there to be opened. We think, okay, we're just getting a level up, 1 level up. Let's do it. We open up the box and we get a level up, but then we fucking get a star. Can you imagine the excitement that is going to create for anybody that comes in a really low position in the game and they end up winning a star card just as much as what someone at the top wins? Probably not exactly the value, but it's going to be in that range. You can win a star card like a Haaland. You could win like an Mbappe when they finally get the license back for PSG. Imagine that. How cool is that? You could win a Kane. You could win a Harry Kane. So this is what I love about this system, is that even when you finish last, you actually have a chance of winning big still. And imagine the positivity that that's going to create. Imagine the story that would create, that everybody can get behind. That maybe somebody new to the game comes last in this competition and they end up winning a star from finishing last. Imagine how many new users are going to want to check out SORARE on the back of that, right? Because they're going to be like, oh my God, that's amazing. He finished last in the competition and he won a £200 card. How? That's incredible, right? So many people are going to hear that. I'm sure that person would then write about it on social media. They'll be super excited. And then everyone will think, oh my God, that's such a cool game that you don't even have to do that good and you still have a chance of winning big. So many people would be interested in joining the game. At the moment, if you come last in a competition, you win something that you're almost too embarrassed to talk about, right? It's not something that you want to shout to the masses that look what I've won. You almost want to keep it to yourself. So that in itself doesn't help the game grow, the current system, because nobody wants to talk about their rewards. But even as somebody that's had a shocker, you could win so big that it would create such a viral almost story that so many people would be interested, and it would be such a great thing to see somebody win a star from finishing solo down. So I love this system. I think it's so cool. I was a little bit worried when they talked about boxes, but I actually like that you have a chance to win a significant card. And the fact that they've removed tier 5s and tier 4s means that when you do win a card from a box, even if it's not a star, the tier 3, for example, could be around £10. You could win a £10 card for finishing last, when technically in the current system, you have no way to win that whatsoever. So it's a super cool system. I really like it. Exactly. As Jordan says, even getting a tier 3, even if you don't get a star, you have an 8% chance. You have an 8% chance to win a tier 3. So imagine that. You play the when this goes live properly and it gets fully rolled out, you play this competition for what? Let's say 12 times. By the 12th time, technically, you might have been able to win one. If not, probably 15 times based on the odds of that, give or take. You could win a tier 3. And a tier 3, because they're removing the tier 4s and the tier 5s, the tier 3s will up in value. So you'll get something that will be significant to win. Even if you don't like the player and you don't want to keep them, you should be able to sell them for decent value. And there should be, because there's not enough there's not going to be as many cards that are going to be dished out. It's going to be quite difficult to actually win a fixed card reward in this type of competition. They're going to be more desirable because it's going to be difficult to win those, to place in the top 200. If it's more difficult to win, if they're harder to obtain, they're more valuable, they're more desirable, their price goes up, their value goes up. So the whole system, in my opinion, is so good that this is, for me, this is the best update that SORARE have released this year. Forget about list or play, forget about collections, forget about the changes to the threshold. This, for me, is so significant to the ecosystem of SORARE and where SORARE is going. Because for me, this is the future of how they reward in SORARE. And I think, personally, that this is going to fix a lot of the market issues that we are seeing. The list or play was never going to do that, right? I was never a fan of it. It kind of semi-stabilized the market, but it should have given you, in theory, a bigger chance to sell your cards, right? But just you wouldn't sell them as often because, well, there wouldn't be so many cards on sale often. This here, I think, has a way bigger chance of making a bigger, better impact on the market than the list or play ever did. List or play is fucked up, in my opinion. List or play maybe want to slam my balls in a door. Love it. I don't really want to picture that, but yeah, I was not a fan of list or play. I am a big fan of Listo. And I think list or play, as I've said for a long time, list or play was almost a half measure to address the market. This is a full measure. This is a proper measure to start addressing these serious underlying problems that we're seeing in the market, because the rewards are a big part to why the market is in the state that it's in. Everyone thinks that it's SORARE auctioning cards. The auctions are only a small fragment each week of the rewards that they give out, of the cards that are distributed each week. It's actually the rewards that are making up a bigger proportion of the cards that are coming into the game, right? So being able to cut the amount of cards that you can reward while still making rewards good, fun, exciting, and rewarding more positions, so that when you cut the card rewards, you're not actually cutting the number of people that can be rewarded, because that wouldn't help at all, really, because that would just be even more frustrating. They've effectively solved two problems in one with this solution. And this is why it's so significant. This is why I am raving about this, because this is exactly the answer to our prayers that we wanted them to fix the market, we wanted them to fix rewards, and we wanted them to fix the fun element of trying to scout and basically get fully rewarded, properly rewarded for your time, effort, and your energy and your smart managerial skills in the game. And this is it. This is it here. This is so good. Hello to sellers. I like list and play. Going back in my shell now. I love that sellers put that in capitals as well. Yeah, I'm putting it in capitals and I'm going back into my shell. Sorry, caps is on. I don't like lucky packs, says Lobagongan. Let me ask you guys some questions in the chat, as I want to, before we read more, because we're still diving into this article. There's still loads for us to talk about. I do actually want to get just a little bit of a sense in the chat as to who's really liking this concept of the loot boxes, right? The reward boxes, and who's not liking them. So if you like them, then please put a W in the chat. If you don't like this concept, if you don't like this this idea, put an L in the chat. So W for a win, L for a loss. I want to see what the general sentiment is in the chat. Win from Irish Paulie. WWWWW. There's no L's right now. There's no L's right now. Okay, I'm gonna, before I come to a conclusion, I want to give you guys more time to give your thoughts on it. Nathan Band with 3 W's. I like them. Think it's smart the way they did it. Yeah. Neighbor says big L. Okay, so Neighbor's the only one so far. Sorry to single you out, Neighbor. It's not really singling you out though. It's more. Oh, are you joking? Are you really joking? Or are you just like preempting that you knew I was about to ask you? Explain to us why it's a loss, because I would love to honestly hear from anybody. Right? It's not a witch hunt. It's not trying to disprove your opinion, or it's not trying to say that your opinion's wrong. It's literally, I want to hear if anybody doesn't like it and what's the reason why they don't like it, because I'm genuinely interested. I just want to get almost a different view, because for me personally, I think this is such a brilliant win from SORARE, because it does solve the rewards problem that we're seeing, and it also solves the supply issue in the game. I hope it's going to be a win, but could well be a loss if it still doesn't provide a proper excitement or unfair rewarding. Okay, yeah, cool. If it doesn't provide the proper excitement or unfair rewarding, okay, yeah. So do you mean that, like, do you mean that when you open, a box, for example, if you win, say if you come to, like, 3,500, and you get a limited light box, are you saying that when you open it, if you only get a level up, is it not going to be as exciting as winning a card reward of a tier 5? Because I think the boxes here, because you don't know what you're going to get in them, I think that does actually add to the excitement, that every time you open it, you know that potentially there could be a surprise there, right? You know what you're getting from the fixed amount. Well, that's not true, because you might not even get a level up, right? It's one or the other. So you could just one time not get a level up and you could get a card. And I think that would be so much more exciting than the system that we have at the moment. Pyrex says, I hope this replaces tier 4s, tier 5s. Okay, so let me tell you guys then, that at the moment, it's something that is being considered, and I think you guys should expect it, that this is going to roll out across most of the competitions in the game. So you should expect this to be the future reward structure in SORARE. And what they're doing at the moment is that this running it for 4 game weeks is essentially the trial, right? The test. And then if it passes the test, then yeah, you guys from next year should probably expect this to be rolled out and to be the main reward structure in SORARE. The odds for good prizes are very low, but is understandable. I think in a month, people are complaining about the lack of card rewards. You know what? It's a good point from Neighbor, because there will always be people that complain, right? And there will probably be some managers that will be winning the boxes, right? So managers that aren't getting into the top 200, they're winning boxes regularly, but they haven't won a card award. And we know that's going to happen. Like, we can all expect that to happen, right? The only thing with that is that it doesn't matter what SORARE do there, because I think there's always going to be a complaint there, because it is the fact that it's a chance box, isn't it? It's a loot box. So you're not actually guaranteeing that someone is going to get an actual reward, a specific reward. So that is actually probably the downside. That if you played, let's say that this wasn't running for 4 game weeks, right? Let's say that this was running in the game permanently, okay? The reward box special or the reward box structure was in the game permanently, and you played this type of competition for, say, 20 game weeks, right? So you had 20 chances at winning a card award, and all 20 times you were not able to get into the top 200 to guarantee yourself a card award, right? So all 20 times, all you got was a box. Sometimes you got a premium box, sometimes you got a standard, sometimes you got a light box, right? But in all 20 times, the only reward you ever got was a level up limited. You never got a card reward. And probably in those situations, there's going to be a little bit of frustration. But I'd have to say, I think if you are playing this type of competition for like 20 times, and those 20 times you're not able to get into the top 200 for a card reward, like a guaranteed card reward, then you're probably doing something a little bit wrong. And you'd also probably be a little bit unlucky as well to maybe not win something from the 20 times. But it could also be a case, right, that you go 20 times without not winning anything, but then the next 20 times that you play, you could actually then win a card award like 3 or 4 times in those next 20 times. So it kind of could even itself out as well. So I get it. I actually think it's a good point. I get it. I think it's a good point that if you play it consistently and all you're kind of getting is the level up, and you find that you're not even winning, like, for example, the premium box here, you only have a 15% chance to win, right? 15% chance. So technically, you know, you should be, if you play it quite a few times, you should think, okay, I should have maybe won a tier 3 by now, right? And if you haven't, you'd be like, oh, are these premium boxes, are these boxes really working to maybe give me one of those higher card rewards? You might start to question it a little bit. But I think generally speaking, I like that you don't have a high chance to win them, because then when you do win them, it is genuinely going to feel almost like you won the whole competition. Imagine that you're not winning any card awards from the boxes, and then the one time that you do, you're going to shout so loud about it that everyone's going to think that you've like conquered the world. And you might have even just won a tier 3. It might not even be a star, but you're raving about it so much because you then appreciate how valuable it is and how special it is to then win a card reward again, rather than just winning cards left, right, and center, which actually have no significance and no value at all. And this has been the thing that has really wound me up about SORARE, because let's just put this out in the chat, right? I always try to do this for myself, to remind myself of what SORARE is trying to achieve, right? What game are we playing here? Like, what game are we playing? Genuine question. A genuine question to everybody in the chat. What game are we playing? Like, this game here? What's the game? What is it? Dungeons and Dragons. Card game. Yeah, card game. What is this game? Like, what is this game supposed to be about? And what is this game? Like, what's the name of this game? What is the name of this game? Because it's so easy to forget the name of this game and the actual meaning of what this game is supposed to be about. Because the game that we're playing, surprise, surprise, is so rare. There's nothing rare or so rare about winning cards all the time. Because if you win cards all the time, they're not so rare. Then that so rare as a meaning basically means that it has less occurrence, right? It's very infrequent to happen. It's something that is so unusual to happen that when it happens, it feels good, right? Because it's such a rare thing to happen. And what we've got here is we've got a card game called SORARE that has almost lost itself a little bit as to what it should be about, as in the cards in the game should feel rare. They should feel like, oh my God, I've actually won a card award, which is such a rare thing to do, right? It's a rare thing to win a card award. It's so rare to do that. It's not that. It's so common. It's so unrare. it's not so rare. It's so unrare. And what they're doing here is they're trying to go back to what probably the whole concept of this game was, is that your cards in the game are your main product. The cards should be the main things that people want to win. I had a question. On one of my Twitter posts yesterday, right? Because the other thing that we haven't talked about, which we're going to keep going through here, because it's actually mentioned here in this paragraph. So let's talk about the paragraph, and then I'll explain. I'll link it to the point I've just been talking about, right? Please note that to support this iteration, we are moving limited Cap 240 card awards, so limited and the rare awards from the limited Cap 240, they're moving them to this competition, okay? So if we go back and we look at Cap 240 Limited, what you'll notice is that there's no card awards anymore in Cap 240 Limited. The only thing to win in here now is the threshold, right? No card awards at all, okay? Now, that's quite a big change. That's a massive change. And this is a change, again, which you guys should expect to roll into the game mainstream. So after these 4 game weeks that they do this, this test, right? You should expect that this is going to be a permanent change in the game where threshold does not have any card awards at all. And that the only thing you can win in here is money, right? Now, this is going to link to my point I was just talking about. Somebody on Twitter responded to the announcement, and they were flabbergasted and they were outraged that the update was proposing that they take the cards out of Cap 240 and that you can't now win card awards in Cap 240 Limited, right? And I responded to it, and I wanna explain this because I think that this is getting lost here, and it's a really important point. If you have card awards in Cap 240 Limited, right? Your card awards, the cards that people win in here, they need to be, for the most part, they need to be, well, not for the most part, they all need to be worth more, in my opinion, than the $5, right? They need to be the most valuable thing that you win in Cap 240, because it's a card game. This is what we're talking about here. It's a card game. Well, you should be winning cards. You should be wanting to win the cards. So the card should have value that makes winning a card worth more than winning the threshold in the limited, right? In the limited. If your card rewards that most people are winning are less than the threshold, then why are the cards in there? Because they're not attractive to win. They're not attractive to win. They're kind of being undermined in Cap 240 because the $5 that you can win is actually the better reward than the card. And that shouldn't be the case in a card game. It shouldn't be that for like a $5 amount is effectively worth more than the cards that you can win. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that. It should be that the cards that you can win are worth way more and are way more desirable to win than the cash amount. Because of the state of the game and the fact that all the card values have been driven down and cards are so prevalent in the game, they're not so rare. They're so abundant in the game. There's so many of them that actually winning card awards in Cap 240 is a complete waste. because you're better off just focusing on winning the $5 than you are on winning a tier 5 that's worth 40p. It's a bonkers situation, completely bonkers. It's completely bonkers. So taking them out is actually the best thing for the card rewards, because then you put them in a competition where they actually have more value, that they're actually the thing to win. The card rewards in Capture 40 are not the things to win. It's the threshold. So they're completely irrelevant. If you win one, it's like, okay, great. It's a bonus. You're like, whatever, it's quite nice. I won a card too. But the main thing you go into Capture 40 is to win the cash, right? So you want your cards to feel, again, because it's a card game, you need to restore the value and the significance of your cards. So you need to take them out of Cap 240 because nobody really takes the card rewards seriously in Cap 240. Nobody's in it for that. Put them in another competition, make them feel like those are cards worth winning. And it's a good idea. I've even said it myself. You guys know from being on the streams, right? You guys know it. In Cap 240 Rare, we go into Cap 240 Rare not to try and win a card reward. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I've said countless times on the stream, we are not building a team to win a card reward in Cap 240. If we win one, great, it's a bonus. But we are literally, and we've designed a strategy that every week we are putting together a team that can only just get us to 280 points, between 280 and 300. We're not putting a team together to hit 350, 400 points to win those card rewards in 240. Do you know why we're not doing that? Because we will win a card in Cap 240, a tier 4, that is worth less than the $50. So why do we do it? Why are they there? When people don't really want to win that, they want to win the threshold. So it's actually the best move to take them out. It's the best move. Never heard so much passion. Yeah. I never win a card award in 240 anyway. Why don't they add some of these boxes for the higher ranks in Cap 240 as well? Well, what I've proposed, because if you guys don't know, I'm part of a feedback group where I'm talking to SORARE daily, and I'm also talking to other managers that are in there, and we're trying to give ideas and help SORARE to implement their ideas and guide them a little bit better. Because some of you guys have known in the past year that SORARE have improved their communication, but they've also missed the mark with some of their communication, and they've missed the mark with some of the ideas and some of the things that they have been proposing in their game. Most famously, the fitness bonus, right? If you don't know, I know a lot of you do, SORARE proposed a big update, adding artificial fitness into the game, which was completely a pay-to-win kind of... It was a pay-to-win mechanic, basically, and it was a horrible mechanic too. It was a little bit predatory, and they proposed it, but it kind of turned out, because everybody pretty much hated it, it's kind of turned out that it was a bit of a disaster for them, like PR-wise, right? That they completely missed the mark, and they completely misjudged what they thought their users wanted. So they set this feedback group up where they can run those types of ideas, or they can feel out some of the guys that are playing SORARE quite a bit, maybe content creators, maybe just big managers as well, big whales. They can get a read on the community before they then make those decisions and launch them properly into the game, and avert having another disaster where they completely get it wrong. So in the feedback group, we've all been talking about, if they take the card rewards out of Cap 240, then what does that mean for Cap 240? Because the one thing I have to say is that if you play Cap 240, let's say Cap 240 Limited, you win $5 because you hit 300, why is it 380? Sorry, yeah, you hit three. I'm looking at the top one. You hit $5 because you hit 280, right? And above. And then you hit $5 if you get a higher amount and a higher amount, right? What happens if you finish first in Cap 240? What happens if you finish second, third, if you get a podium? Well, you still win $5, which is the same as somebody who basically finishes really low down, right? And that's not fair. If you finish first, second, or third, if you get a podium in Cap 240, I think you should get something extra in addition to the $5 threshold, right? Maybe not a card reward, so I'm happy taking the card rewards out, but maybe offer an extra cash reward, or offer some merchandise. Offer this. Look, offer like a SORARE hoodie. Offer a SORARE hoodie, or offer some maybe not tickets. Tickets is overkill, but caps or something. It doesn't have to be anything significant, because it will be just a bonus reward anyway. The main thing why people are playing in here is to win the threshold, right? But if you come first, you'd like to think you get threshold and something else in addition to it, right? Maybe a credit. Maybe offer a credit that they can then use to go and buy someone in. There needs to be something else for the podium. And so at the moment, we're kind of talking about that, that they could either give an extra cash reward for finishing first, second, or third, or merchandise, or credits, or blah, 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 whatever. Maybe a box as well. Could be a premium box. You don't know, right? But there needs to be something extra. I think that needs to happen. Because at the moment, you'd have to say that even though you're not kind of worse off, because the threshold has stayed the same in Cap 240 Limited and Cap 240 Rare. It's a little bit different, I think, in Super Rare and Unique, which we'll get to in a minute. But yeah, the amount stayed the same, but there's then no card rewards at all for any of the podium places, right? So there probably needs to be something else there for the top three. And I think that after they're testing this, they'll make a change that the top three also get something as well. Just reduce the threshold back to 250 or up the cash reward. Well, they can't reduce the threshold back to 250. Why would you want them to reduce the threshold back to 250? I don't think that is not a smart idea, to be honest with you. The reason being is that you don't want to make the game where they're paying out too much threshold, because then the game becomes unsustainable. And 250 with the bonuses that they've just added in, because don't forget that you can hit 250 very easily with all the bonuses now that you've got, like scarcity, collection, also the XP that you've got on there. It would be too easy. It'd be far too easy to hit 250. Yeah. Better is now, in my opinion, is even too low. Don't start saying 300, guys. I mean, if SORARE starts saying 300, then we can talk about it. But yeah, let's not tell SORARE to up it to 300. 280, I think, is the right level at the moment. I've hit threshold in Rare, for example, for 5 consecutive game weeks, right? So for the last 5 weekends, I've hit the threshold. The last weekend I done it came down to the wire, so we weren't super comfortable with doing it. But then the previous 4, we were fairly comfortable doing it. But I think 300 potentially could be what they up it to, but I definitely don't want us to be giving that idea to SORARE. I think I don't want them to increase it, right? I want us to just enjoy 280. We've only just had it at 280. I don't think it needs to be increased at the moment, but yeah, don't give them that idea. But yeah, 250 would not be realistic. It doesn't need to go down. I think if it goes down, you're making it too easy to hit the threshold, far too easy actually. And then what happens is that then SORARE's paying out too much cash in threshold each game week, and then it actually doesn't help the game at all. Yeah, let's not talk about that. But would like that still for Rare, because now I feel the chance to upgrade naturally from Lid to Rare gets smaller. Whenever you send a message in that group, they must be scared shitless. What's funny, Jordan? What's funny is that the guys that message in that group, I've actually noticed there is that there'll be like these kind of messages back and forth. So, for example, McBride Ace, for example, who I don't like, I think he's an idiot. I've never spoken to the guy personally, but anybody who starts to call me names and just being just really horrible to me and they don't even know me can just fuck right off. So I don't like him. And he writes in there, and then there's also Simply Alex is in there, and there's just a ton of people in there that I don't like, right? So I don't talk to them. But it's a group that I can put my ideas in there, and I can try and talk for you guys, right? I can try and be the voice for you in there, and also my voice too, because you guys know that when I look at the game, I'm not always praising the game. And the reason I'm not always praising it is because just praising the game and happy clapping when things aren't right doesn't help the game. Okay, so you need someone in there, which is, I guess, why SORARE invited me in. You need someone in there to tell you the honest truth, right? You do. And sometimes people don't want to say that, but you need to hear it every now and then. You need to hear an ugly truth, and you need to have the hard, you need to say the thing that people don't want to hear, right? And so when I say those things in the chat, you can bet that the chat then just dies. Like nobody's wanting to engage, but that's fine, because I'm not in there to talk to those people, right? I am in there to make sure that we are steering SORARE in the right direction. And in my opinion, there's actually been far too many opinions that haven't helped the game, because we've been some managers out there, some voices have been saying to SORARE, "You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. This is amazing. This is amazing." And not most of the time, but some of the time, we've praised them too much without actually telling them that this isn't good. This isn't good. And you're hearing all the praise, but let me be honest with you, they're well off. You actually need to be doing it this way. And the change that we're seeing now is a good example of that. Probably people were saying we want to win more card awards, we want to win more rewards, but actually we needed to win more, but just not more card rewards, right? So we're now got to the point where, SORARE starting to get the proper feedback that they want, rather than just being blindly told, "You're doing great, this is amazing, when some of the time it hasn't been. And it's just really important that they get the ugly. I've got no problem. I've got no issue telling the ugly truths, right? My mum, for example, she'll always, if she's in two minds about something, she'll always ask me, and I'll just say it to her like, "Nah, it's bullshit. This is what it is." I think my mum actually asked me like a month and a half ago. She said to me, you know what women are like, right? They fret about their appearance, and it's really important, their appearance, right, for their self-esteem and their confidence. I remember my mum was trying on a coat. I think it was a coat. It was a jumper. She was trying on a jumper, and she asked me. She asked her partner, like, "How do I look in the jumper?" Right? And he said, "You look great, right? As you would do, as you would do in a relationship. You kind of sort of say, yeah, you look good. You want to sort of pep up your missus, don't you?" And then my mum turned to me and she said, "How do I look?" I said, "You look shit. It makes you look big." I'm like that. And she appreciated it. She appreciated it because I think she had the concern as well. So anyways, the point is that, yeah, I'm in the group and we're having very honest talks and honest opinions. And yeah, I'm never afraid. You guys know I'm never afraid to just cut the bullshit. I'm not going to lick arse, and I'm not going to say that something's good when it's not. But when something is great, like the SORARE boxes, the reward boxes, you can tell I'm raving about it. I think it's great. I think that this is a fantastic update, and I'm happy to sing its praises, and I will sing its praises because this is an update that's been done so well, and there's so many parts to it that are going to fix so many of the frustrations and the problems that we've seen. So I really think this is great, and I've been talking about it a lot, and you can tell from my demeanor, I'm really happy about this, right? But if there was something in here that I didn't like, you can also guarantee, guys, that I would be speaking up to SORARE and trying to say to them, don't do this, and please listen, because this is why we also talk in the channel, guys. I'd want to get your opinions, because if a lot of you guys, right, for example, had told me here in the chat that you hate this idea, right? If so many of you had said that this is such a bad thing and you've got big concerns about it, then I would jump into that feedback group with Dan Sorare, with Momo. I think even Paul's in there as well, Paul Sorare. I would jump into that feedback group and I'd say, guys, I actually think we have a bit of an issue here because there's been so many concerns that have been raised in my community, on my streams, about this idea. And maybe we need to try and do this because there's been a few ideas, a few points that have been raised. Can we do it this way? Can we not do it that way? So yeah. No yes man here, exactly. No yes man, no. No yes man. I'm a yes and no man, exactly. I'm a yes and no man. I'm actually the type of person, I think, that you want to have like in a boardroom, you know, like with someone of like significant power. Because, you know, some people, when they have significant power, they just think like they have an idea, go and do it, right? Even if the idea is shocking, you know, like Elon Musk, for example, coming up with ideas about the blue star, for example, right? Just and the other bizarre, wacky ideas. I feel like someone like Elon Musk doesn't have enough like no people around him. He's just surrounded with lots of yes people. And so he kind of says something that could be completely wacky and that nobody's brave enough to kind of say, no, like, what are you on about? Like, that is complete ridiculous that you're just talking about there. And part of that, just bring it back, I did mention it on the string that we done. Let's bring it back to the month-long. Again, we're getting a little bit off topic, but yeah, the month-long, for example, I keep coming back to it because I still think this is such an unbelievable joke that we have it in the game. And I did also, some of you guys saw it from my tweet yesterday, this one here, I did also tag Sorare in so that they could read this last part here. Because I really don't want, I think Sorare have done amazing, they've really listened, and they've put a lot into this update, right? I really don't want us to have a situation again where the limited month-long, the minimum card reward you win in there is a 40p card. That bullshit needs to stop. That needs to stop right now. And the point I'm making here is that you can tell, actually, that when they came up with that when they were talking at Sorare about doing the next month-long, nobody in that room of decision makers said to everyone, do we honestly think that offering a 40p card is a good enough reward for people to win after a month? And there was nobody there that obviously had the courage or the presence of mind to say no. Like, think about it, guys. That is a horrible reward to offer, to give to people that have been playing for a month in our game, that the bare minimum that they could win is 40p. Nobody was there to say, no, stop that bullshit. Don't sign off on that because that just doesn't make sense. We need to have something better than that, a higher level tier. And so, yeah, that's what we're doing in the feedback group. I'm making sure that we don't get situations like that again. He fires all the yes man, the no man. Yeah, the no man. Exactly. You come in, you say no. The next thing you know, you're out. You're out, and then you've lost your place. And that's the problem. Is that there's often too many people that are worried about saying no. They're worried about the implications or what it does for them, right? I've got no issue. I'm going to say no. And I know, this is the thing, I know that I can get criticized for speaking out and maybe speaking a bit more vocal and different about things. But I also know that Sorare appreciate it because I've had calls with them. They've wanted to get my feedback. They add me into the feedback group. I'm talking to them regularly and they often run things past me. So I know that they appreciate how candid I can be about issues that are either controversial or if I have a controversial view on something, and you guys do as well. So yeah, always just let your opinions be known to Sorare. Right. Let's keep reading. This is a long, we're spending a lot of time talking about this, right? Okay, guys, how many is this now? Iteration. But the first iteration. Oh my God, and I see another iteration, and I see another iteration. We're going to count up how many iterations we have in the article very soon. We'll try and get through the rest of the article, right? We're nearly there. So yeah, card rewards that are cap 240 come out. And then they get moved into the rewards box, right, for 433 and 436. And there's only now cash prizes in the limited cap 240. For the first iteration, limited cards and limited boost items are available in our boxes. Their goal, though, is to expand the box experience to a wider variety of club shop items. So in the future, what you can expect, because this is the future of how they're going to be rewarding in SORARE, what you can expect in the future is that maybe in a premium box, you'll also find that there could be, in addition to the stars here, there could be a match ticket, there could be merchandise in there, there could be, what else have they mentioned? Jerseys, game tickets, yeah. Special edition card designs, so that would be really cool. To win a special edition card design would be fantastic. So initially, they're starting with this, but there has the potential where the boxes could be really exciting. There could be some great stuff to win in there, in addition to cards and the level ups, right? They then go on to say that they're going to be monitoring it and they're going to be assessing the potential of competitions that reward top end cards, blah, 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 blah. And then they say the new rewards box iteration. There's the word again, iteration, the word of the day. What's that program? Is it Sesame Street, isn't it? Sesame Street, where they say, and the word of the day. This is the word of the day. The word of the day is iteration. And we are going to count how many times it's been mentioned here. So yeah, they're going to be exploring this new competition format. Then they also talk here about card bonus consistency. So we can kind of skim through this because it's important, but it's only really concerned with two competitions here. So Kickoff and Legends competitions are the only competitions that do not have card bonuses, right? The rest of the other competitions in the game have card bonuses. SORARE have decided to bring all of the competitions up to the same standard. So what they're going to do is that there's going to be card bonuses that are now going to be happening in Kickoff and Legends competitions, so that then everybody knows that there's card bonuses everywhere. That's basically what they're looking to do here. And they want to try and avoid the confusion by, okay, there's no card bonuses here, but there's card bonuses here, and they don't really understand it. So yeah, they're just applying card bonuses across all competitions now. So all card bonuses will apply across all competitions starting game week 435. Now, the one thing I'm going to say about this is that I've actually been quite a vocal supporter of having a bit of variety in the game. And so the way that SORARE are looking at it is that they have most of their competitions that have card bonuses, and then there's just two that do not. And so actually, in their eyes, they feel like it's confusing managers because they just think that it's easier to understand if there are card bonuses that apply in all competitions, right? I'm actually of the opinion that I think that there should be a couple of competitions that do not have card bonuses, and I think that one of them should be cap 220. Now, the reason why SORARE I don't think are going to do that is because it doesn't actually serve SORARE to offer a competition where there are no card bonuses, because by doing that, you then actually are, if anything, decentivizing buying new cards, right? The reason you buy new cards is so that you can use the new season bonus, right? And that you can get a higher XP, right? And that you can also build a collection bonus. If you then were to offer a competition where there are none of those card bonuses, then technically it does give a bit more utility and value to those lower end cards. But it actually, from a SORARE point of view, it wouldn't help them to make more money. It would actually undermine their efforts to make more money. So for variety, because I don't think that you need to have every competition that offers all bonuses, I think it would be quite cool to have some raw competitions that don't offer any bonuses at all. And then those competitions then become very skill-based competitions, because then you're not relying on your collection bonus and the scarcity bonus and your big XP to really boost your scoring. You're simply then relying on just really good scouting skills. I think that I would like to see in the future a game, at least one game mode, because I can't believe that they're almost moving to a situation here where not one competition in the game gives you like a raw mode. I think for variety's sake, I'd like to see that in the future, but I also get why they're not doing it, because they want to make it less confusing, but also they want to make sure that they can just make more money, because if every competition now has the card bonuses, then there's more incentive to go and buy new cards from SORARE, right? So it's a difficult one. I feel like it's almost a battle that I'm not going to win, trying to promote that we get a bit of variety and that there are some competitions that don't give you card bonuses. The ones who invent new things always praying. FTS, shut your mouth. We're trying our best. Yeah, I know. Probably. But the funny thing is that I mean, you guys are on the streams, right? So you know who I am and what I'm about. I do praise SORARE quite a bit too. Like when they do good stuff, I always say, I think this is amazing. I think this is great. So I like to think that I come across as being quite fair. The only thing is that whenever you are critical of something, there's always going to be people that are jumping to the defense and trying to discredit you from speaking up, right? But as long as you've got good logic to what you're saying, then you should continue to say it, right? It doesn't mean that everyone has to agree with you, but it's a valid, kind of a valid approach. Right, we need to talk about this really quickly. There's a mistake, I think, that was made here, where the 330 points, which is going to be the new threshold for super rare, this isn't actually correct. I think that the new threshold is actually 335, not 330. So keep that in mind. But they're also saying that as a result of the change, only competitions that include mixed scarcity eligibility with super rare and unique cards may alter manager strategy. So kick off super rare and kick off unique, and then cap 220 rare and unique, right? So those competitions there, okay, those are the competitions that are also, this is kind of one of the reasons why they're doing it, because it's going to affect your strategy with them adding the scarcity bonuses in for kickoff. It's going to affect them a little bit more on the mixed scarcity. It was supposed to be 335, but they changed it to 330. Why should they change it back? I thought it was actually meant to be 335. It got easier for super rare to get threshold if it stays at 330 as 280. I think it's 335, guys. I think the 330 was wrong, no? I think it should be 335. I was in their feedback group and they were talking about that yesterday. They got pointed out to, I think it was Dan SORARE, and I think he said that it should be 335. Yeah. So I don't know if that's been changed. I don't think it has been changed, but I think that should be changed to 335. I could bring the feedback group up, but I don't know what's being said in there, and I don't want to expose anybody live on the stream. But yeah, keep an eye on that. Basically, if you're playing a super rare and if you're playing a unique, then the threshold has got higher, but the scarcity bonus should help you to get to those points. Dan said it should be 330 in the general Discord. Did he really? Okay. I thought it was meant to be 335. Was it 335 initially and then they dropped it to 330? A bit weird it's 330. Thought it'd be higher than that, to be honest with you. Let's have a quick look. I don't know if we can go in. Can we go into it? I almost don't want to jump into the general Discord on SORARE. I'm going to take your word for it, that 330. I thought it should be 335, though, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's changed. It's gone up. It's either 330 or 335. A few of you guys are saying 330, though. So yeah, it was initially 335. He said include the wrong graphic. It was 335, and they changed it to 330. Me being absolutely happy as I'm buying a super rare stack right now, just missing one player. Wow. So, damn. 330? God, 330 is great. I mean, 335 I thought it would be, but obviously if it's lower, it's even better. So, it's gone up to 330. I'm not competing in super rare at the moment, but yeah, I'm looking to do so from the new year. So, yeah, I think that's okay, 330. Does anybody have any problems with this at all? I mean, I don't think we've got anybody in here that's competing in unique, no? If we do, then I'd love to hear whether you think that that 375 is too high. I think that it is on the face of it, that sounds kind of high, but with the bonuses that you get from, especially from unique, that should be fine, no? I think the 330 is fine. I think that's fine, though, guys. No issues there at all. I don't have an issue with it. If you guys do, then let me know. But I certainly don't have an issue with it. It also goes on to talk about the Super Cap 220. This is interesting. This is interesting. They said that they've seen our positive feedback surrounding the ongoing Super Cap 220, which ends in Game Week 434. And then they said that this long format competition will return on January the 12th with scarcity bonuses for super rare and unique cards, right? Which is kind of what it's talking about here, okay? And it says they'll share more info on the prize pools for the next round of this competition in the coming week. So I'm going to say it again, that if they want to do another month long, they absolutely cannot offer 40p cards. And I'm hoping that now that they've proposed this here, I'm hoping that for the month long, they're going to propose that you can win some boxes in there, and that maybe in the month long, you actually get a chance to win as a minimum, say like a standard or something, rather than just a light, to give yourself an increased chance of maybe winning a higher tier. I don't know what they're going to do, but what they absolutely cannot do for the next month long is they can't offer again tier 5 card rewards in it. Now, for unique, it's harder now to get the threshold, as you could play 4 uniques and 1 SR, but now the SR does give you less bonus as the uniques. Okay, fair enough. Are you competing, Smickers, in unique at all? And then also just kind of like, just to end up the talk about this, our deep dive into the update. There we go. There's that word again, iterations. And you can actually see it. Look, oh my God. Every single paragraph here has the word iteration. So I'm not just making a big fuss about this, right? We'll read this paragraph and spot the number of times that iteration is used. So communication next steps. While these iterations and updates can bring new strategies and help move Sorare gameplay in the right direction, we understand that it can cause frustration. Iterations and updates are a necessary part of our goal to deliver a fun and sustainable experience for our managers. We are being thoughtful with our development so that we can collect feedback and analyze the results of each iteration and update. So they're making changes that might, because people don't like change. They're basically saying they understand that the changes can cause frustration because it can feel like the game is constantly changing and you're never really getting a foothold. But they're actually justifying it by saying that they need to constantly be looking at a better way to make the game more fun, more sustainable. And they always try and make the changes smartly, and they try to then analyze them properly to make sure if it's working, great. If it's not working, what needs to be changed. So they're always trying to be very careful or thoughtful when they develop the game. And they say that, however, we remain committed to getting to a point where competition iterations, there we go again, and updates are communicated within select windows. And they need to do that. So rather than not knowing when the game's going to change, everybody in the game needs to know that every September and every February, the game is going to receive a big update. At the moment, you don't really know when the game's going to change. So even though this is a very positive update, it's a very positive change, it's an update where it's taken us by a little bit surprise, right? Even though they were giving us like a heads up to say we are looking at making this and you should expect some news soon, you never really know when it's exactly coming. Whereas if they have these windows, you can plan, you can play Sorare and not have to worry that things are going to change. And then all of a sudden, at September and February, you know that there's going to be a potentially big change that will happen there that will take the iteration of the game to the next level. And then last but not least, they say, as always, we will monitor your feedback. In the next month, we will have more news on gameplay iterations. There it is again, just to end up, in case you didn't know the magic word, a big rivals update, and more. And more. Iteration is just a very common term in software development, especially among project managers. You shouldn't use it all the time. You shouldn't use it all the time. I get that it's common. They're loving using that word. They're using it too much. It's annoying me because it's almost like using the word. You're overusing it now. You don't. There's loads of other words you can use. You don't always need to use iteration. I actually want to know iteration scale. I actually want to know how many times we saw iteration. Oh my God. Iteration or iterating. Iterate. It looks like it's coming up 12 times. 12 times? Who's using iteration 12 times? Okay, because it also has iterate. So iterate, iteration. I love this article, and I love the way that Sorare are communicating these types of changes. But yeah, if I'm pretty sure no one had clocked onto that, but it had been something that I'd been noticing more and more, is that after each update that they would announce, they were using iterate more and more and more. You can go back and check yourself, but they've been progressively using iterate more and more. So somebody obviously really loves this word. And I think that I think that whoever's writing this, it could be Dan, right? First of all, Dan, I think you've done a really good job if it was you. If it wasn't you, then someone, whoever it was from the team, done a really good job with this communication. So thumbs up with the communication because this article is really cool. But yeah, try and just use a thesaurus and maybe just come up with with different words other than iteration, because every paragraph pretty much has iteration in it, and this one down here this is too much iteration. So yeah, we're just reiterating that you don't need to use iterate all the time. So 12 times, guys. So keep a lookout for iteration. What we're going to do is when I next get a heads up that there's going to be another big update, because I had a heads up in the feedback group that they were going to be dropping this type of update. When I next get the heads up that something like this is dropping into I'm going to run a giveaway, and the giveaway is going to be guess the iterations, and then whoever guesses correctly, I'll give away some cards. They might. Well, to be honest, I'd never mentioned it before about iterate. So if they were watching this now, I wouldn't be surprised if the next update, the next article has iteration even more in every single look. Because look, they missed 2 paragraphs here, but they didn't use iterate. So I'm looking forward to more iteration on the next one. So yeah, iterate giveaway incoming. Right. We've discussed this update. We've talked about it for the last 2 hours. 2 hours and 20 minutes, to be honest with you. So there's a really big, deep dive into the update. I'm going to give you my overall final thoughts and ending conclusions on it. And then we can discuss it, because I would love to talk a bit more about it. And then, of course, we can start doing some lineup building. So, in my opinion, this is the best update that Sorare have proposed this year. And this is a rare update, and a very so rare update from Sorare, that they have released an update or announced an update that is, generally speaking, a big win with the vast majority of Sorare managers in the game. But there's too many updates we've had over the last year that have not been fully embraced and warmly welcomed by as many of their user base as possible. There's been too many updates where it's been partly good, but there's also been just as much bad from it, or it's just been completely bad and people don't really understand it, and they're frustrated because they don't really feel that they've seen enough being done about the things that really matter, such as rewards, such as the game economy. And the reason why I think this update's great is because SORARE have basically addressed an issue in the game that has been going on for too long, and that has been around the rewards, right? Making the rewards experience in your game feel as special as what it should be. And as I mentioned before, if you have a card game, your cards are your game. And it sounds like I'm talking so simple here, like I'm stating the obvious, but I do believe that some of that has been lost in how the game has been evolving. That there's been talk about get more cash rewards into the game, which, by the way, I kind of agree with, and I think it would be nice to see more of them in the game. There's also been too much talk about threshold. There's not been enough talk about getting the cards to the point where they are special again and people are desiring to win them. People are hoping that they can win card awards and they're enjoying winning card awards. And when they do, even if it's kind of like a lower end card, they're still really excited for it and they still feel like they're getting what they deserve from what they've put in. And this is what I love about this update, because I think that finally it's going to feel like what you put in and then what you get out kind of match. Okay. And there's going to be a few instances where you maybe don't get out of it what you feel like you should, because it's a reward box, right? So there's going to be a few instances where you don't get lucky. But I think it's so cool that they've added in this feature that means that you could do shocking in a game week and you could actually come out a big winner from it. And I think that's going to really help the image of the game and help the game itself and the company. I think it's going to help to appeal and to sell the game more when you hear about these stories of managers that haven't really done that good and they weren't really expecting to get anything decent when they open their rewards. And then when they open their rewards, they are just completely wowed. They're blown away and it's absolutely made their week or it's made their year, and it's made it worthwhile putting the time, the effort, the money into SORARE. So I love it. I also think as well that the other great thing with the rewards here is it's removing the tier 4s and the tier 5s. And this is going to be the future of how rewards work in SORARE. The reward boxes are basically going to be the standard reward format. There's not going to be any tier 4s and tier 5s anymore. Nobody's going to miss them. You're going to be able to start selling your cards of tier 4s and tier 5s a bit better. You'll be able to sell a bit easier on the market. Rewards will be worth more. Card values will be worth more because they will be harder to win. They'll be more desirable. And so when you win them, they will have more in-game value, more significance than what they do at the moment. And they won't be diluted down as much from the tier 4s and tier 5s, which are just going to be eventually phased out of the game. And they should be, because they shouldn't be in the game anymore, guys. They really shouldn't. Or if they continue to be in the game, as I mentioned before, they really only should be given tier 4s and tier 5s in the competitions which SORARE are promoting and have designed as the starter competitions, like the kickoffs and like the amateur competitions. That's where you should be giving the tier 4s and tier 5s if you're going to give them. You shouldn't be giving the tier 4s and tier 5s for All-Star, for Cap 240s and whatnot, the proper competitions, right? So overall, I think this is a massive win, huge win for SORARE, huge win for the community. It's an update. I can't see any negatives with it whatsoever. I fully embrace it, which is a rare thing for me to say. And I can't wait to start lineup building for Cap 270. I can't wait for this to be rolled out further in the game. So it's over to you guys now. Have I missed anything? Is anything about this update not clear? If you've got questions about it, if you've got concerns about it, then this is your time right now to write them in the chat. We'll all talk about it as a community. I'll try and give you my answers. I'll try and help you if I can. And others in the chat will do so too. So what does everyone think about it? What don't you like? What do you like? Give me your thoughts, guys, basically. This is for you now. I like your in-depth deep dives into all the Sorare updates every time they come out. Not every Twitch streamer, YouTuber do it like yourself. So I appreciate it, FTS. Thank you so much, Anathabam. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. I don't do the YouTube videos because I would much rather do a deep dive on this type of thing live. And I would also then like to do it live so that then we can interact about it. Because there might be some things that, as I'm giving my thoughts, that you guys then tell me in the chat that maybe I've not thought about. And then we can explore together, and then the whole deep dive can evolve, right? But kind of sometimes when you do a pre-recorded video, it's just your thoughts, right? And then you don't get the input necessarily live. You of course you don't get it live. You don't get the input from the community that can help shape your thought about it. You then only read that input after your video is posted on YouTube and you see the comments. But I want to do it live so that I can then explore every asset of it, every facet, sorry, in a different way. So I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like these types of streams. Sorry, can you reiterate? Where's the mods? Where's the mods to ban to ban Root? Will you be lineup building today? Says Pyrrhic. We will be, yeah. We're going to start lineup building, and you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to lineup build for Cap 270. I'm going to lineup build for this reward box. And this is the point. This is why I'm so excited about this update, because it should be like this, right? Sorare should make an update. They should make an announcement about a new competition, and it should make you think, oh my God, I'm losing my mind because this is amazing. And I want to give this my all. And I really want to try and win something in here because it looks fantastic. And what it's been like far too often, unfortunately, is that Sorare have released updates. They've said they're going to do this, then something comes into the game, and it's so flat. It's so underwhelming. And far too many times you thought, I'm going to compete in it, but I'm not going to focus on it. It's just going to be like where my leftover cards get into. Like, too many of the special competitions are just simply not special. They're just not. And managers aren't even viewing them as special. They're just viewing them as, it's another competition. I'm going to give it a go, but it's like a throwaway team. The rewards aren't great in it, for example, or there's not enough good rewards in it. So I'll play it, but I'm not really too interested in it. We hear this so many times, right? And it shouldn't be like that. And it's been like that. And it's been really frustrating me because I've been saying, why do Sorare think that that is a special competition? A special competition should be that everyone wants to try and get in on that. And right now, the Cap 270, the reward box special, sorry, I can't wait. I can't wait to play it. And I can't wait to see whether we can win a reward box and also a card reward, hopefully. But if not, then I can't wait to see if we can win a reward box. I then can't wait to see if we're one of the lucky ones that ends up winning a card, because that'd be so cool, right? That'd be so cool. So, and as I mentioned, it's even made me think I need to reconsider my position on limited, as in it's making me legitimately think, shall I start buying more limited cards for this? Because this is so cool. Whereas all the previous updates that they've done have just been like, it's not enticing me to spend in the game. This update is making me legitimately think I put another £100 into the game and I now put together some amazing limited team. I'm not going to do it because I'm stubborn. And because I said I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to do it. But I would also be a liar if I said that it genuinely, this update, when I read it, it genuinely did make me think, oh, you know what? It's like that scene from The Godfather, isn't it? Just when you think, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. It felt like that. I felt like, oh my God, they're pulling me back now. I really thought I was out of limited. I really thought, that's it, I'm not spending. And they've just found another way to put that seed of doubt in my head to think, am I really out? Or this is so cool. Do I maybe think, oh, do I put more money into the game now because I like this reward box? I'm not going to do it, but the fact that they put that seed of doubt in my head tells me that Sorare have smashed this update because they're making me think about spending in the game again. And they're actually brought that excitement back for me, where now I can't wait to see this competition. So we're going to start lineup building for this one very, very soon. Right, let me read the chat. I asked you guys, didn't I? I want to see what you guys are thinking in the chat. So, Robert Gongan says, still don't like the lucky packs. I bet you won't be saying that if you win a star, though, Lobagongan, from your light pack that you win. If you come low down and you end up winning a star, I would love to then ask you that question. But I also get that it's not naturally kind of appealing to you at the moment. Rude. Yeah, we're lineup building soon, so don't go anywhere. Until they release Loikia, Mengi, and Barkley, they can fist themselves. Good update, though. You know what I nearly done today, Jordan? I nearly done it, and I was going to tag you in as well. When Sorare, because they released the new faces today, didn't they? And they sent a tweet out earlier, this one here, 3 hours ago, saying that they're dropping new faces into the game. I so nearly dropped a message to say there better be some bloody Luton Town faces in there. There better be. And there isn't, is there? I don't think there is, no. I had a little look at it. I didn't see any Luton Town players. I had a very quick look. I didn't see any. If we take off the Jupiler Pro League here, we take off this one, so we just have it as the Premier League. I don't think we need the serial number, do we? I didn't see any. I didn't see any. It's just Doku, isn't it? How can they not be dropping more Luton Town players? I mean, who doesn't want to collect the mighty Luton Town, right? Who in their right mind would not want a Tom Loikia or a Ross Barkley or who else are they missing? Yeah, Mengi, right? I mean, me and Jordan do. I think by the time they drop it into the game, the season's going to be over. It's going to be done. We're not going to get a chance to play them this season, are we? Special event filter is there. Yeah, the new faces. Thank you. Thank you for that, Majestic. Yeah, new faces. We take all of this off. Hopefully they're then classed as new faces, right? Just keep it nice and simple. Yeah, cool. This might be the way, wasn't it? Yeah, 3 pages. Lovely. Thanks, man. Are you a Man United fan by chance? I am, yeah. So the new faces filter that we have on here sees Yusuf Maziz. We see Torgan Hazard. Toby Leeson, that's a good one to bring in. Norden Jackers is in there. Thomas Delaney, Doku. We could actually, if we wanted to, we could look at Premier League here to see exactly how many. I think it is just Doku, as you guys are saying, right? Yeah, it's just Doku. I mean, to be honest with you, they needed to have Doku minted in there because he's having a really good season, and it's a card, a player that they know everyone's going to be wanting to go for. The problem with a Luton Town players being missing is that they're probably not going to be in a rush to mint Luton Town players, are they? Let's be honest. There's not going to be a big demand for Luton Town players. Maybe if Luton Town beat a big team, then you'd probably expect then that next week for there to be Luton Town players in the new faces, because then, of course, everyone will be like, oh, wow, Luton Town, beat, Man United or Arsenal, and they smashed a really good score. So then people are going to be more interested in getting Luton Town players. But generally speaking, I think they're probably going to focus on just players that are going to be more in demand, that are playing for clubs that are more in demand than Luton Town players, which is annoying, really annoying. Luton would be a good team to collect if they relegate at least. Yeah, they would be. Yeah. The 3-month collection bonus is coming through at the minute for new season Prem cards. He's no Ross Barkley, Doku. He's not at all. From our predicted 11 against Bournemouth, only 6 actually have cards. This is actually the really frustrating thing, is that when you decide to run a Premier League Winter Special competition, then it's a little bit frustrating when a lot of the cards are missing, right? So that then if you do have a collection like Luton Town, like me and Jordan have, not only is it difficult for us to win because it's Luton Town, but it makes it even more difficult is that there's not enough cards for us to use, right? To put our team of 5 together, because at the moment, Luton have an injury crisis, and then it's also coupled with the fact that there are some starters that just simply don't have cards. So a little bit frustrating that we're not getting like more new faces, right? Only one Premier League player as part of the new faces, and it's only Doku, when there's so many key players that are missing from Luton Town, and I'm sure they're missing from other Premier League clubs. There's loads from the Jupiler Pro League, but you have to say, and you got to be honest with it, right? What they should have really been doing here, I think, is try and get as many of the Premier League missing faces out now whilst you're running a Premier League Winter Special. I get that they're doing a special here, a special competition, because there is one now, right? If you didn't know, we're going to bring it up. They've just released a Jupiler Pro League Special Weekly, right? So obviously, this is a special competition purely focused on Jupiler Pro, the Belgium League, which is why at the moment they are minting a ton of missing faces, basically missing players from Jupiler Pro League teams, right? So that then more people can compete in that competition. But there's still just so many players missing from the Premier League to only basically mint one player from the Premier League this week as part of the new faces, and it's the same player, is just disappointing. Really disappointing. And I hope that, SORARE can take that feedback on board, because at the moment, I kind of need more options to compete better in the Premier League Winter Special, but I don't have the options because the options that I want need to be players that are then minted as a card, and they don't exist at all in the game. So I can't even use their old season cards at all, because they weren't even in the Premier League. So yeah, I think if SORARE are listening, please, 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 can we get more of the missing Premier League new faces, right? Whilst you're running a Premier League winter competition. This is your time, if anything, to be minting more and more of those players, because there will be a demand for them, because there is a competition that people are wanting to compete in and play in. So you've got a great opportunity to mint more of those. More than 6, right? More than one player. It's just not enough for the Premier League. I think for the Bundesliga, is it 3 different players for the Bundesliga? Or is it just the same player in a different scarcity? Yeah, it's the same player in a different scarcity. And then for the La Liga one, it looks like there's 5 different. No, there's the same player, just minted several times, twice in rare and limited, and then once in super rare. Tried buying a Luis Vazquez rare for a while now, but couldn't find anyone willing to sell him for around the market price. I see he's now a new face. Get fucked, everyone I was talking with. It's quite nice when that happens, right? That you're putting out good offers for players and they're just being rejected, or they're not even being responded on. And those managers are thinking, you know what? I'm your only option, because he doesn't exist basically as a new card. So you've got to buy from me, take it or leave it. And then as soon as they drop the new faces, you're like, you missed out. I'm going for the new face now. December is such a big month as well. It's pretty sad to have so much focus on leagues and not have a lot of players. Yeah, I think, I agree. It's cool that they're minting tons of players from the Jupiler Pro League, because it's a league that I love and I've got a few players from there. But just a shame that the Premier League is obviously the big competition as well that they're running in SORARE. And it's got this big banner, right? You're greeted with this massive banner on the main lobby. So you'd be thinking that they would be at every opportunity during this 10-game week, they'd be finding a way to mint more missing or new faces, right? from the Premier League team so that more people can compete better in it for the duration of the tournament. I don't know why they haven't minted more, because for sure they could be minting Tom Loikia, Ross Barkley from Luton. They could have at least minted one of those, if not both. And I'm sure that there are plenty more players as well from loads of other different Premier League clubs that you could just mint more of them. Doesn't have to be all of them, but just mint in the week that you can, where you're doing a new faces during this tournament. Just keep adding more so that we can use them in this competition. Cool. Right, guys, what we're going to do before we start lineup building is we are going to take a quick breather. We've obviously been talking for a while. It's been a lot to absorb, right? So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Feel free to just stretch your legs, get some fresh air. And then in 5 minutes, we're going to come back and then we're going to start lineup building for the reward box special. And then just all our other competitions in Sorare as well, like Cap 240, Rare, Threshold, and yeah, all of the others that we're used to. So don't go anywhere, stay connected. We'll also do some free Tit Scout Fund coupons in the second half of the stream. So if you want a chance to win cards, or if you want a chance for me to help find players for you or build teams for you, then stick around on the channel and make sure that you're here after the break so that we can do all that cool stuff with you. So guys, for now, 5-minute break. I will be back in 5, and you guys better be here too. So see you in a second. All right, guys, we are back again. Probably surprised everyone there, didn't I? Probably gave you a big jump. Sorry if I did. But we are back again. And we've just taken, I don't know, what, a 5 or so minute break. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering what we've been doing here today, I did scare neighbor. I got one of you at least. There you go. We've spent a hell of a lot of time on today's stream. So if you're just tuning in, we've spent the first 2.5 hours really diving deep into the new update on SORARE from yesterday, which is this one here. So if you're interested to know my thoughts, my opinions, what's good, what's bad, and what the implications are, I think, for SORARE, the game and its users from this update, then feel free to watch the first 2.5 hours if you've got the time to do it. After this stream ends, you'll be able to find it uploaded to the Twitch channel, and then you can watch the first almost like half of it that'll be dedicated towards this update. If you have any more questions, or if you guys have any more thoughts or opinions and you want to talk about it more, then feel free to do so in the chat for the remainder of the stream. Now that we're moving away from it, so we can start to do some lineup building, it doesn't mean that we're not going to not talk about it. Happy to talk about it more still. So yeah, just let me know. Maybe you've looked at this update in a different way. Maybe you've got a thought that no one else has thought of. That'd be quite cool, because I'm often really interested to hear when somebody looks at something completely different and they're like one of the only people that's looking at it in a certain way. Doesn't always mean that they're wrong, actually. Sometimes means that they've just spotted something. They've been smart enough or clever enough to spot something or to think about something that is actually important that everyone's just overlooking. So if you are one of those people, I definitely want to hear from you in the in the chat. What happens if the game week ends in the middle of a match? So if the game week ends in the middle of a match, then as long as the game started before the game week ended, then you will get the scoring for that game week. Okay, so let's say, for example, the game week ends at 3, right? 3 UK time. But your match, for example, your match, what happens if the game week ends in the middle of a match? Yeah, but then your match, for example, finishes at 3 as well, or it's halfway through at 3. You're going to get the scoring for that game week in the previous game week, right? So it's all good. What? That was a long shit. Thanks for sharing with the group there. Rude. We're going to do some lineup building in a minute. So we are going to be basically taking what we were just talking about there, the excitement. We're going to be taking that to now build a proper team for the reward box special 270, which I'm really keen to do well in, which is great. This is what it's all about. We want to be embracing these new competitions and being really excited for them, rather than looking at competitions and thinking, it's okay, but it's not really going to get my time, attention, or money. This is a really cool one, and so I can't wait to see how we do in it. What's your real name, mate? Or don't you disclose? I have disclosed. My real name's Jason. Yeah, Jason's my real name. What feature would you want implemented in SORARE's next update, FTS? Ooh, that is a good question. What feature would I want to be implemented in SORARE's next update? I think that this update here, I think it does start to address the market, right? It addresses rewards and it addresses the market, which is great. If this doesn't properly address the markets and it doesn't really correct it to the level that we need, then what I might want to see implemented in the next update would be some kind of a burn. But I don't think we're going to see it anytime soon, because this is probably going to fix a lot of it. But I honestly am not against seeing a burn in the game. The other thing, and I've got to be honest with you, right? The other thing that I'm starting to crave a bit more is it's all very well at the moment kind of having like the SO5, right? Where we're putting 5 players together in a team. I'm kind of almost getting to the point now, having played it, where I wouldn't mind seeing a different variety to game mode. So whether that's SO7, SO9, SO11, or some kind of like a challenge mode. So basically, I'd like to see in the next update something that addresses the market and the game economy very directly and even harder, so that it then gives me the confidence that the game is going to come out of this really weird kind of state where nobody can sell the cards, they're winning cards that they can't sell, and that all the values are continuing to go down. And then I'd also like to see some kind of evolution that on the pro side, the game's just going to get a bit more engaging and fun. I'd really love to see a challenge mode. I know that they added the challenges, right? Which is kind of like more achievements that you get. So they've labeled it challenges, but it's kind of more achievements, right? In my opinion. I mean, challenges, achievements, it depends. You can use different terminology, but I'd like to see a challenge mode, a challenge game mode, where, for example, let's say for the upcoming game week, there's like a specific game that you need to have players from, and they need to score X amount, for example. Or there might be another week where you can have any team, any players from a specific league, but they all need to score like less than an X amount. Or you basically play a team and you have to you have to score with 4 players rather than 5. So you have to line up 5, but you have to you have to have a DNP player in there, and then you need to try and score X amount with a DNP player, because then that also gives the value to players that are maybe DNP, right? Because then maybe we'll pick them up. Maybe some people will pick them up and think, okay, for this challenge mode for this week, I need to have a player that's most likely not gonna play, or you have a mode where you have a challenge where everybody has to play, almost like what you have on SORARE Mega. Everyone has to play, and then you have to you get scored, or you rank based on the lowest score that your player actually gets in a game. So stuff like that, I think, would be really interesting, because then you're looking at the game in a completely different way, and then you're even scouting like players for like completely different reasons, right? So I'd love to see something like that, but I think we're probably still too far away from that. I think at the moment, the priority is fixing the rewards, which this update has started to do, and then fixing the market game economy, whether that be with the burn or some other kind of ideas or mechanics that they have, because SORARE are quite smart, just about trying to increase the values of cards even a bit more. Back from the gym, what have I missed? Hello to Twitch Gaming again. The possible variations are endless, but too many competitions is not great either, because they'll have to just spread out the rewards more. It's also true. Yeah, it is true. Though it's if they start to add more competitions, right, and they have to weigh up, you're then almost trying to then create more rewards, right? Which then means that you have to increase the supply of your existing rewards that's been dedicated, or supply that's been dedicated to the rewards, right? And I think at the moment, the rewards or the supply, like 40% of the supply is dedicated to rewards, right? And so I don't think anybody really wants to see that be increased at all. So they have to think about when the game is ready, maybe for that. And you have to be honest, you have to be completely honest, is that there's no way that, even though I would like us to see a bit more of an evolution with those types of new competitions and those types of game modes, right? I just don't think, when you look at the state of the market, that we are in that position. We need to get the card values and the cards being special again. And We need to get the game economy a bit more in a healthier state. So that's why I say I think it's still quite a while away from that. Yeah, the misprint stuff for Halloween was really good. Yeah, Christmas themed cards. Can you imagine? You've got to find and you've got to line up players that have a Christmassy name, and it has to be from a list of Christmassy words. It has to be a player that maybe has Robin in his name, or maybe has tree in his name, or star, or angel, or angel, whatever. That could be quite an interesting one. I would like all the game modes in common with only prizes for podium just for fun. And anyone want to buy my Chris Kane? No, thank you. But good luck trying to sell him. Right. Let's line up build. So we're going to go into reward box special here. Now, I think for my limited cards, I do want to prioritize this one for this weekend, because I think that I think this is one of the most attractive competitions to enter for now. I think that All-Star is still very good. I don't think we can put out a team properly for All-Star because we don't have enough starting goalkeepers. So if I need to play a starting goalkeeper, I'm probably going to put it in the reward box special. Our Capsule 40, which is our SO5 team, we've got a lot of problems with that. I think we now need, because Lee Myung-jae, his season's over, isn't it? Unless I'm just making that up. His season is over now, right? K-League's finished, isn't it? K-League's finished, so we have a player that we can no longer play in Capsule 40, so we need to get him up for sale. So let's take him out. We need to... Also, I think we need a forward. Because we have Nicolas Lopez, but his season's kind of done as well. Look, we've got him up. We can't sell him. So we need to replace 2 players in our SO5er so that we've then got 4 players or 5 players that can try and compete for threshold. Good luck shifting him. We're not going to be able to sell him. This is the problem. This is the problem that I have with the market, and also the fact that when we kind of put this team together, I really was a little bit confused as to what we were doing, because we kind of bought this player here who doesn't really fit into the rest of the team, and also Lopez doesn't fit either. So yeah, we're going to try and shift them, but I think the reality is we're not going to be able to. Let's do... So Nicolas Lopez, look, he's now gone to 245. We're going to put him at 240. I've sold him like a few hours ago. Who did you sell? Lee Myung-jae. We're going to hopefully try and sell him. Let's do 230. No. 240. Like that. Right, list him up. Yeah, Lee. How much did you sell him for? I don't think we're going to be able to sell him for profit. That's annoying. €1. Oh my God. Yeah, that password's mega. Try cracking that password. It's like the most secure password ever in the history of passwords. To be fair, look, we bought Nicolas Lopez for £1.79. Longer than nuclear war codes. I know, it's super secure, that one. I've always said if my account ever got hacked, then I'd almost need to salute and need to give the hackers a round of applause, because, yeah, the password's really, really long. You bought in for 1.2, so it was all right. We've actually got a good opportunity here to make a profit on Nicholas Lopez. We bought him for £1.79, which is way cheaper than I remember. So we could sell him for profit, which will offset the losses that we're probably going to make on Lee Myung-jae. So Lopez is up as the cheapest on the market, and then we need to put Lee Myung-jae up as well. Don't Tigres play quite soon? I think they do, but we need to sell him. Most of our players here are just not working cap 240, and he doesn't play in sync with the other ones either. You sold him for 1.2. Do we have a new season card? Yeah, we do. Let's put him up for... How much did we buy him for? We bought him for £1.41. Let's get him up for 90p. Okay, so 90p. Like that. Let's try and sell him for that. Okay, so he's going to come in just between these two cards here. Let's go into the lineup builder here. And let's go into cap 240 limited. And then what we want to do is we want to see when is the next time at the moment that everybody that we've got could play. Well, actually, we know that because Lee Myung-jae is not going to be able to play at all now for the next few months. So whatever we do, we need to sell Lee Myung-jae. The Red Husky. Thank you so much for the sub, man. For the 1 month. Welcome back into the channel. Thank you for the prime. Rohan Bidesi, sorry. Yeah, bro, let's say you had to choose between Saka versus Brighton or Bellingham versus Villarreal. Who would you choose? I would choose Bellingham, just because at the moment Bellingham's more consistent. And I think if you choose Bellingham, or if it's a choice between Bellingham or Saka, it's got to be Bellingham. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. All right, so at the moment, we don't have a cap 240 team. We've just got these guys here, which obviously isn't going to cut it. So we can't hit the threshold with our SO5 team, but we need to try and get 2 replacements in. If we get 2 replacements before the game week starts, guys, then we have a chance of hitting the threshold. But if we don't sell Lee Myung-jae and if we don't sell Nicholas Lopez, then we're not going to be able to hit the threshold again. And if you don't know... because I think so many people don't know the series that I'm running here. The series is called SO5er, and everybody can play in it. Everybody can compete in it, right? The series is where you guys have built a team. I put money into the game, and then you guys chose who we should go and buy. We then went and bought them, and you guys chose that we should have Nicholas Lopez, Lee Myung-jae, Mark Martinez, Amani, and... Liam Henderson. And if the team hits the threshold, we give all 5 players away to 5 different subscribers on the channel. The problem is that we've not hit the threshold because the team was built kind of bad. Sorry, guys. I've got to say, though, you guys built the team really shit, to be honest with you. And I wanted you guys to build the team really good so that we could win the threshold regularly for you, or regularly, and then we could give, like, more players away. But it's quite a good lesson in how not to build a threshold team the way that we've done it, because this is just not a good threshold team. So we're trying to get the SO5 back onto track because I legitimately want to give away 5 players of our threshold team every single game week. But if they don't hit the threshold, we can't give them away. And the only way that we can sell them is when they have, like, their seasons are over, if they have a long-term injury, or if they just have no games for a long time, we can sell them. So we have to keep Liam Henderson, we have to keep Amani, we have to keep Mark Martinez, but we can sell Nicholas Lopez and we can sell Lee Myung-jae because their seasons are pretty much at their end. They don't have really any games for a while. So that's the team at the moment, which isn't going to do anything. Let's go into the team that we really want to build for, though. This one here. Reward box special. Don't let the chat die down, guys, as well. Keep throwing stuff at me in the chat. I've spoken a lot already, so I'm going to be speaking a lot less now. I'm just going to be focusing on lineup building. So, you know, if you guys want to ask me something, you can, but I need to give my voice a little bit of a rest here as well. You should play your team in Cap 240. I might do so, yeah. I might do it. If we can't get replacements in for Lopez and also for Lee Myung-jae before the game week, then I'm just gonna bin the team. I'm just gonna play a team that I think can hit threshold. Because, you know, there's no point playing a team that you know you've got 2 players missing to then not hit the threshold when I've got plenty of players, right, to hit the threshold. So yeah, you're right. I will do that. If we can't like get a proper team together before the game week starts. I bought 2 SR cards during your stream, almost no money left, says Smickers. I'm building the rare one. You bought Ojo for 35. Okay. That's a good price, man, for Ojo. Very good. Are you getting Kadri as well to link up with Ojo? Or are you just buying Ojo on his own? So, by the way, this is the reward box special 270 that we spent the first half of the stream talking about. I think this is great, and I want to try and I want to give this a good go to try and win a decent reward box and also hopefully a decent card reward as well. No Kadri for sales, no. Okay. So, goalkeeper-wise then. Okay. We don't actually have a lot of goalkeepers, to be fair, that we can play this weekend. We've got these DNP goalkeepers down here. We've got Tim Kroll, who's a DNP goalkeeper. We've got Wayne, who's a DNP goalkeeper. Kaminsky's not. Kaminsky's a starter. But if we take Kaminsky out of our Premier League Winter Special, we then can't compete in the Premier League Winter Special. So I don't think we need to play Kaminsky here. Wow. We don't have a lot of goalkeepers. We need to play Kastenmeier. You also bought Zan Rogelj for 30. I like Zan. I have his limited. I do like him. Smickers could also sell you the Kadri, apparently. How realistic is it to prioritize Premier League weekly? It depends on your team. I know that sounds like a bit of a cop-out, but it really does depend on your team and the fixture. So, for example, Luton, who I have all my Premier League players are Luton, right? Luton are away to Bournemouth. Now, technically, this is probably a fixture that I would try to play Luton in the Premier League Winter Special and to try and do well in. Even though Bournemouth beat Man United, I think this will be a different game, Bournemouth-Luton. I don't think there's a big difference between the two teams. So this is one of the game weeks where I'd be thinking, okay, I think my Luton Town team has a better chance of doing well in the Premier League Winter. But then like the last game week when they played Man City, if I had to prioritise, I wouldn't have been prioritising the Premier League Winter Special with the Luton Town team who played Man City at home. Whereas this one I would. So it really depends on the team, I think, that you have, or the players that you've got, and it depends on the fixtures that they've got as well. I mean, for not selecting Kaminsky for this. So basically, I could take Kaminsky out of the Premier League Winter Special and I could play him here, right? And then we could prioritize trying to do this with Kaminsky. The thing that I'm thinking here, though, is that Kastenmeier has a game against Majberg, and actually I think that is just as good, which means that I don't think I need to actually play Kaminsky here, because I don't. I can just play Kastenmeier here. If we took Kaminsky out of the Premier League Winter Special, then we could play him here, and then we could play Kastenmeier in All-Star. But at the moment, with the very few goalkeepers that I've got, I can't play Premier League Winter Special reward box, and all-star. I can't compete on all three fronts. So one of them has to be dropped. And the one I think has to be dropped is, unfortunately, all-star, because I do want to have a good crack at trying to win a reward in a Premier League Winter Special. And the fact that the cash rewards in there are quite high means that if Luton did do quite good, I could win more in the Premier League Winter Special than I could in All-Star. And I want to have a good go at the reward box special because I think it's the first game week. It's only available for 4 game weeks. So because it's only around for 4 and I can play All-Star anytime, I need to be focusing on this for the 4 game weeks because we don't know exactly. We don't have the confirmation for sure that this type of format's coming to the game. But I think it's a pretty safe assumption that it is. But then we don't know when it is actually coming to the game. Is it coming directly after these 4 game weeks finish for the reward box special, or is it then coming just a month later or something like that? Maybe they need to make some refinements or tweaks. So yeah, I'm prioritizing this one. Let's do it. So Kastenmeier, because we're going to need to play Lovro in under 23. He's our only under 23 goalkeeper that has a game for our under 23 community team. Mark Martinez, I have in cap 240. He's our SO5er. And so he will probably need to stay in there to help us to hit the $5, actually. I have 2 Mark Martinez's. The other one I'm using for cap 220 rare. And then Kaminsky we're using for Premier League Winter Special. So we actually don't have enough goalkeepers to prioritize loads of teams. We've got 1, 2, 3. We've got 5 starting goalkeepers. So we need to target 5 limited competitions that we think we have a good chance of doing well in. So Kastenmeier in here. Okay. Now the midfielder, I think I do know. I think I do want to have Luke Browers in here. Free Tip Scout, you back on investing on limited? No, I'm not. It's a good question. Even though I'm very positive about the new update, I'm not. It's too soon. I'm not that type of. I'm almost too wise to it. I think I've been playing SORARE for long enough to know that you shouldn't rush a decision. Sorry, get my words mixed up there. You shouldn't rush it on SORARE. And so even though they've done this, which is really good, I'm going to hold off for the moment until I start to see that a limited is in a better place because, yeah, limited is still really too cheap. And actually, to be fair, I don't even know, even if limited gets into a better position, I don't even feel like I need to keep investing in limited, you know, because I've invested more in rare now. So I feel like my main competition that I play is rare, and then limited is just kind of like a bonus, right? And I'm trying to move up to super rare. And so I almost don't want to be looking back. I want to be looking forward. And I have enough limited cards that should be able to generate me more limited cards or cash that I can then use for limited cards. But essentially, they should be able to just generate more limited cards for me. So I don't feel like I need to invest. I can just use the cards to generate a bigger holding in limited if I want to. Yeah. Hello to Wolfie. FBL Thinker. In the box 270, do we get weekly rewards or monthly? You get weekly. Yeah, it's running for, look, it's running, these are the weekly rewards here. It's monthly. You'll know it's monthly because when you go into cap 220, for example, it will tell you Super Cat first of all. That's usually a big indicator that it's a month-long competition. And then when you go into the prize pool here, it will have 2 tabs. One will be match day and the other will be month-long. Okay? So if you don't see the month-long, then the prize pool is weekly. Yeah, so it's weekly, which is great because the weekly prize pool here is actually quite attractive. Look. Quite a few rares in there, along with the limiteds, and you also get that premium box as well, which gives you another opportunity to actually win a star or at least a tier 3 limited card. And then even down here, the premium box, if you can finish in the top 1,000, you get 3 level ups, which I think is quite valuable. And then you can potentially win a star. So definitely prioritizing this one for limited. Best update yet. I don't like the Cap 240 change, in my opinion. What part of the change don't you like for Cap 240? Do you mean taking the card rewards out of 240, or do you mean increasing the threshold for super rare and unique? You don't like that they took the card rewards out of the 240, really? Because in order for, so I like it because by them doing that, it then means that we can have this type of competition, you know? And the card rewards in 240 are kind of wasted in there anyway, because people aren't really playing that to win the card rewards. So you don't really need them in there. People are only really just trying to win threshold in there. And if you can take them out and make them more valuable in a different competition like this one here, then I think that they should. So I think it's a really good change, man. I don't think it actually hurts the game at all. I think it actually massively helps the game by not offering card rewards in Cap 240. I really do. I'm like a big advocate of that. Like, I've even been saying to Sorare in conversations with them that, like, I think it is the thing that they need to do. Cap 240 for limited anyway. For limited, I think for the rare, maybe in the future, if the game gets to a different evolution point, maybe. But certainly for limited, nobody needs to win a 40p card when you can just hit the threshold, which is $5. So winning a card of 40p in there is useless, right? And of course, we're talking about the bigger cards that it took out there, like the tier 3s, the stars, right? The tier 1s, the tier 2s, and all that, and the rares. I think it makes sense, man. Taking the cards out just to make this mode, you could have done both. No, you couldn't have done both, I don't think. No, it's not really that they can't afford to do it. It's about trying to keep the balance, right? So if they offered the card rewards in this one, and then they also offered card rewards in the 240, then what you end up doing is you're rewarding more, right? You're rewarding more cards. And what we don't want is we don't want to have more cards technically in the game, because we've already got too many. So they need to find a way to reward without putting more cards into circulation. And that is the way to do it, where you can take them out of 240 so that people aren't really going to be too bothered, because they only really want to win the threshold in there. And actually the threshold that they win is worth more for like 90% of people playing the game in Cap 240. The threshold that they win is worth significantly more than any card reward they can win in there. So it's actually kind of like they're not really losing out. But then because you're not also rewarding card rewards in there and then card rewards in 270, you're not prolonging the supply issue that we see in the game. You're actually pulling back some of the supply so that you are giving the market more time to breathe. You're not flooding the market more with more cards that we don't need. But that 40p card on top of the threshold money, every little helps for the smaller players who don't win. Not true, really. Not true. The reason being, Wolfie, like, I get your point, but let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. If you win, here we go. Let's use Cap 240, right? If you are a small player, or if you are a manager with a small gallery, you should be playing 240. You absolutely should be playing 240, right? But you shouldn't be playing 240 to win a card reward. You should be playing Cap 240 for the threshold, the money that you can win from it. And then you can use that money to basically get, 5 or 6 tier 5 type players if you wanted to. If you win a 40p card on top of the threshold, I get what you're saying, that as a smaller gallery, it gives them an extra option, right? But the bigger effect that offering those 40p cards and those 50p cards and giving out card rewards where you don't need to, the bigger effect is that you as a small manager will win the $5 threshold, and then you'll win a 40p card, right? But then what will happen is that the collective effect of that is that your gallery valuation might go down by like £6 because of all these cards that are being rewarded that don't need to be. So you kind of win like £5.40, but then actually you lose like, say, £6 based on the collective drop that effect has in your gallery valuation. So you win, but you're actually worse off. And so that's why this is the one competition where SORARE can legitimately get away with just cutting all the cards all the cards, taking them out as rewards, because they're already offering the main prize in there, which was the money, right? And so the cards almost became a little bit of a side note. And actually what they need to do is they need to make the cards the main thing that you win, which is why if you take them out and then you put them in a brand new competition, like this one here, now kind of when you look at this competition, you're thinking, oh my God, like there's really very few cards to be won in there. There's only 200. It's going to feel like a big achievement to win them. And they're much more desirable to win because there's just not enough cards there now, but you still win something and you still have a chance of winning a really big card. So I think I get your point. I do get it. But for the bigger goal of the game and for the longer sustainability of the game and the health of the game, it actually is 100% in the interest of everyone, even a smaller gallery. And in fact, it's actually massively in the interest of a smaller gallery. Like smaller galleries, they benefit more from this, actually. They really do, that there are no card rewards in Cap 240. And you will see that over the coming weeks and the month, I promise you. No, it doesn't, Wolfie. It doesn't, man. It doesn't at all. What helps the bigger players and the good cards, not the starting players? It doesn't at all, man. Like, explain how. Because I want, if you think so, I want to hear it. I want to hear why. Because it just doesn't, man. And I can explain to you why it's not hurting smaller players by doing that. I can explain why, but I want you to tell me, first of all, why you think that no card rewards in Cap 240 is going to hurt smaller players, because I can promise you that it will not. It will not at all. Free tip scout, as a threshold defender, who you rate better, LaFice or David Bates? I want to say David Bates because he has quite big high end, but LaFice, I feel. No, I want to say David Bates. Yeah. I have £47 in my account just from the threshold money and the little bits from the tier 5, tier 4 awards. And I have around 7 to 8 comps. Okay. But so this is a really interesting point, right? And I feel like this is something that, especially if you're a beginner, you might not I'm not saying Wolfie's a beginner, but if you are a new manager to SORARE, you might not understand the implications, the positive and negative implications of removing cards from a competition, what it does to the market, what it does to card values, and what it does to the general like growth of the game. Is that one of the big issues that I've had, and that this whole idea of a reward box is trying to fix, right? Is it's basically trying to phase out the low-end cards, right? Because the low-end cards, I would agree, the low-end cards are useful. They are useful for starter and beginner managers, right? Or small galleries to a point, okay? So, if you reward them, you effectively, in my opinion, you need to be rewarding them in those competitions that are targeting beginner managers to the game or smaller galleries to the game, right? Because they can get more use out of those cards. So the tier 4s and the tier 5s should not be in All-Star Limited, for example. Because if you're a starter or a smaller gallery, you really shouldn't be competing in All-Star. It's almost like the pinnacle competition to get to, like the last one to get to in SORARE, right? It's a competition where the big whales swim in it. You need to have big hitting players to play in it. It's not for small pockets. It's not for small galleries. It's for largely big pockets and if you're willing to put more money into the game, right? Having tier 4s and tier 5s and just loads of card rewards in there, tier 3s, tier 2s, tier 1s, right? You don't need to give those card rewards out. You don't need to in this competition. And it doesn't hurt a small gallery by taking them out, because what it means is that you're offering a reward that is so significantly good and better in many cases than the card that a small gallery would have won. So you can win $5 or you can win 40p, right? Or you can win both. But the 40p is not going to make a big difference to a small gallery. The $5 will, and then they can then use that to go and buy those players. And by not putting more cards into supply, you're helping card values to increase and you're helping them to not decline all the time. Because this is the systemic problem. And it really is important for everyone to really get their head around. The problem in SORARE is not exclusively around rewards, right? The rewards and the supply are intrinsically linked, because a big part of the oversupply comes from the rewards. So if you can try and find a way to cut down card rewards that you don't need to give out, but you still give a reward that makes it just as good, if not better, to get a card reward anyway, then you are helping to relieve pressure in the market and you're helping the game to get to a better point. You're helping everyone's gallery valuations to not be crashing all the time, and you're restoring values again to cards, which then means that that 40p card that would remain at 40p if the game continued to dish out tier 4s, tier 5s, and card rewards in a competition that they don't need to, it will remain at 40p. Whereas if you don't put them in there and you put them in another competition like Reward Box and you restrict the amount of cards that everyone can win, then eventually that tier 5 is, if they keep it in the game, eventually that tier 5 will increase a little bit. Potentially it goes to 80p. So it really helps small galleries in general rather than hurting them. And I say that because I'm not even a big gallery. You guys know I'm a budget manager. I swim in the tier 5s and the tier 4s. I scout them like crazy. I tend to win them a lot. And I get it that as a small gallery, it's about trying to expand your options. But if that is the case, then those types of cards should only be won for the starter competitions. You don't need to give them out in Cap 240, where everyone is just competing in it for threshold. Let's be honest, right? No one's going in it for card rewards. Not. If you get a card reward, it's like great, we got that too, but everyone's going in it for the threshold. So you don't need to give card rewards, and it doesn't really hurt the game by not offering them. It makes the game better by not offering them. Okay, I'll try explain. A new player gets 5 cards to do Cap 240 to get the threshold. If you get lucky and get a tier 5, tier 4 card, say 40p to £1.50, that means they get more money. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because I just explained, right? You think it's an illusion. It's an illusion, Wolfie. So if you win the threshold and then you win a tier 5, right? You think that you've won more money. You do, right? Because you've won the $5 and then you've won like a 40p card. But that is an illusion. This is what I'm almost trying to bring the curtain down so that you can see that it's an illusion. Because you win $5, which is fixed, right? That's cash. That doesn't affect the card values, right? But then you win a card worth 40p that is an additional card of a player where there's already thousands of them in the game. So if you imagine all of those other players that are managers that are winning tier 5s and tier 5s that are being issued in the thousands, all that is doing is just dropping the prices, not just of tier 5s, but of tier 4s, tier 3s, tier 2s, tier 1, all cards, by flooding the market more with those low-end cards that are complete fodder. You are dragging the market down. You're dragging card prices down. So you might think that you're winning more, in a game week than if you didn't win the card. But the collective damage that that card that you win does to the overall card prices, which then drags all of your card values down, means that you're actually making a loss, right? You're losing money. You're not making money, and you're not winning more by having a card in there. You're losing. And the bigger picture thing is you're losing. And so by not having extra supply that you don't need to, it means that if there's less supply, prices go up, right? If there's more supply, the prices go down. So decreasing the supply in a smart way like that will mean that prices and values can increase. And if that happens, you're going to be winning more. You're going to be effectively on top in a bigger picture scale, rather than thinking, I've won a 40p card and $5, so that's more than winning just the $5. Because it isn't. It's much more complicated than just what it looks like on the face there. You have to consider the effect that winning a 40p card and these 50p cards is having on the overall market. And obviously that then affects the rewards that you win as well. And that's what I said, that like if you stop giving out the tier 4s and the tier 5s where you don't need to, and maybe you continue to give out the tier 4s and tier 5s, but in a smaller portion and only in a league, only in the competitions that are focused on the starters, right? So the guys like you that need those kind of starter cards to help give you more options, right? Because you've been issuing out less and less of those tier 4s and tier 5s because they're no longer in the threshold, the values of the tier 4s and the tier 5s will increase. So then when you do win them, when you want to win them, right, because you're a smaller gallery, it's going to be worth more financially, and it's going to be worth more to you as well in terms of how you use that player in their game. How does a tier 5 card worth 40p change the price for, say, a 50p card? It wouldn't at all. Well, I don't know what else to tell you, Wolfie, to be honest with you. I don't know what else to tell you, because I literally just explained it. So I don't know how else I can explain it in a way that you'll understand it. But I'll explain it very simply again. More supply equals less value of cards, right? Doesn't matter what type of card, all of the cards contribute towards the supply. If you keep flooding the market with low-end cards that have no decent value, all you are doing is you're increasing the overall supply that then outstrips the demand, okay? And you have then loads of low-end cards that are really low. Then the tier 4s, because you're also spamming those and flooding those, they're really low. It drags the prices down floor-wise of everything. It drags the values down. That's essentially what I'm saying. And I don't know how else I can say it, man. It's simple. High demand, right? High demand gives you a high price, right? Low supply also gives you a high price, right? But if you have high supply, you have a low price. And if the supply outstrips the demand, which it does at the moment in the game, and you are not thinking about, as a company, you're not thinking about a way to reduce that supply and cut down the amount of unnecessary cards that you are giving out in every competition, then you're not helping the game to grow. Cards will remain low. People will not be interested in winning 40, 50p cards in general, and their actual value in the game will decrease. So I don't know if I can't explain it any other way, mate, to be honest with you. But if you need a bit more of an idea of the collective impact that increasing and oversupplying a card game has on the overall game economy, then basically type in Google basic economics, right? Economics 101, supply demand. And then it will then tell you that the microeconomics has an effect on the macro. Okay, it really does. And so that's essentially what we're doing. So it doesn't hurt small managers. It helps small managers. that there are no cards in here. It helps all types of managers that there are no cards in Cap 2, not to Cap 220, in Cap 240. It's also another reason why Cap 220, they're not offering weekly rewards now, they're offering monthly rewards, because then rather than 8 game weeks worth of cards that have been dished out and added into the game supply, you are 8 game weeks where you have none of those. So you could have dished out, say, 20,000 cards, right, in 8 game weeks for a month long, but because you only offer them for like one time at the end of the month, there's 20,000 less cards in the game. If there's 20,000 less cards in the game, in this example, then the card values have a chance to recover, and that's across all tiers, right? So that's basically what it's about. That's why gold's worth more. When they found it, the amount of gold was less than the other materials. Like if a village only have 5 apples and 30 bananas, the apples will be more valuable than the bananas. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that I probably should have said that as well, right? But that's, yeah, a very simplistic way, but it's actually probably the best way to explain it. I get the idea of what you're saying, but the only way tier 5s and tier 4 prices will go up is if SORARE take cards out the game somehow. But that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They are taking them out the game, Wolfie, because they're not even issuing them in the game. The cards, the tier 4s and tier 5s that they should be paying out in Cap 240, they're not paying out in Cap 240. So they've taken them out of the game by doing that. You understand? Like the tier 4s and tier 5s, they haven't been moved to the reward box, right? They haven't been moved there. They haven't been moved anywhere. They're removing them. They haven't been moved. They're removing them by not issuing them. So that in itself is a removal, right? I know what he means. They're already way too flooded, but I think he also needs to understand that that in itself is a removal, right? That if you stop issuing tier 4s and tier 5s in a competition, then you're effectively removing them, right? You are removing them because you're not adding to the supply. I also get what you're saying about tier 4s and tier 5s, that there needs to be a way to remove cards hard from the game, as in erase them, get them out of the supply. They don't even exist in the supply. This I'm with you on, and we need to see that only if all of their other initiatives, like the rivals and like all the competitions and all the updates they've got, if those fail to bring in the demand, which then balances out between the supply, so that then the demand is equal to or is even outstripping the supply, then they don't need to remove those cards, right? Because the reason they don't need to remove them in that situation is because then you have more demand than supply. So then those cards will naturally increase in value, right? And that's the reason why they're not looking at a burn right now, because they have rivals right around the corner, which they're hoping is going to bring and onboard millions and millions of new people into the game. So if you onboard millions of new people into the game, and you've already burned and cut out all that supply before you've onboarded them, you're going to have a situation then where there's not going to be enough cards to potentially go around, right? So that's almost dumb to do. You don't want to do that. You want to try and bring the new demand first, and then if you bring the new demand and there's still not enough supply, or if there's still too much supply, sorry, that's when you then need to start thinking, okay, we actually do need to start reducing the supply. Either reduce the level that we mint, reduce the scarcity, the amount of scarcity that every scarcity has that we can supply up to, or just hard remove them with a burn mechanic, right? But by not issuing cards that you don't need to, that is already in effect a removal, right? Because then you give the market less pressure, less supply pressure. And then if you can try and bring the demand into the game first, which will then fix the big imbalance between supply and demand, then the tier 5s and the tier 4s are going to start to increase in value anyway if they're still in the game by the time that, if that ever happened, right? Da, 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 da. If you had a way of burning cards or something like SBCs, that would up to the cost, as there would be less. Yeah, you're right. I mean, essentially, Wolfie, you're right, because like if you can remove the cards, as in take them out. So like, let's say for example that there's let's say that there's 500,000 cards in the game. Okay, I don't know how many there are, but let's say there's 500,000 cards in the game, right? If you could just straight up remove like 100,000 of them from a burn mechanic, then immediately what's going to happen, the knock-on effect, is that the values of the cards are going to increase, right? Because you've drastically reduced the supply. There's going to be then players that are not going to be as readily available. They'll be in short supply. They'll be so rare, right? They will be what we were talking about earlier on the stream, that you then make the product what it says on the tin, that it's so rare, right? The cards then become rare. They're not rare, but they, you know what I mean? They're not rare scarcity, but they become in finite supply, okay? And so then the values increase, the values rebound. 100% I agree. But as I mentioned, the burn almost needs to be, and the more I think about it, the more that I actually do believe that this should be the way they do it. The burn, if anything, needs to be like the absolute last resort to fix the problems in their game. The absolute last resort. Because the difference between SORARE and FIFA is that in FIFA, you have an established user base, right? So it's a well-known brand. It's appealing to the mass market. It's basically market penetration. It's a product that has penetrated the market and everybody knows about it. And it's got brand recognition. It's got a big user base. SORARE is still growing. And SORARE is basically still in its infancy, right? So you don't really at all want to start trying to mess with the supply when all you need to do is just try and get more demand on the game, because you're already growing anyway. You're in that growth phase, right? You can start to cut supply when you've exhausted the growth, or if you're at the FIFA level where you've already penetrated the market and you're there, like you don't see much more growth, right? And then what will happen is, if you don't see much more growth with users, but you're still minting, then that's another situation where you start minting more at a quicker rate than the users that you're acquiring. And that's kind of what we've been seeing over the last year, is that the growth of SORARE of new users has drastically dropped, right? And so there's hardly anybody until recently that have been buying a new card, but the numbers have been shockingly low. And yet they're still minting at relatively a steady rate. So you're constantly minting more. You're not getting enough new users in. It doesn't help you to grow the game, and it doesn't help the card values, right? But if they can, and I think they're betting a lot on Rivals, you know. So if Rivals doesn't really pan out, I think that it'll be interesting to see what else they've got up their sleeve, because it's a big bet. And I think they are betting that Rivals is going to single-handedly just draw loads and millions of like users into the game. If it works out like that, then we will not be talking about a burn, because there'll be no reason for us to talk about a burn, because then you'll have a situation where there won't actually be enough cards in the game technically, because there'll be so much new demand in the game. So that's kind of, I really get your point. I really get it, but we also don't need that right now. And I think what they're doing, which is quite smart from SORARE, is they're finding other ways to reduce the supply without actually removing them hard from the game, because they could be needed in the future if the game explodes, basically. If the game explodes and they've already removed the cards hard from the game with a bird mechanic, they're going to look like the dumbest company ever. They really are. Because then everyone's going to turn around and say, well, what the hell were you doing burning cards when you hadn't even reached a mass market kind of penetration level? And then they'll be like, well, yeah, you're right. But we burnt the cards because, you know, everyone was saying reduce the supply. We didn't think of another alternative. So this is why we're not going to see a burn anytime soon, because I just think that they're going to fall back on that if all of their other things to try and grow the game and get more demand in the game just fall flat on their face. And then they'll be like, okay, now we do need to like add a burn because everything else we've done, we've exhausted, hasn't worked. And we need to try and get on top of the supply and then figure out later how we can get more demand into the game. Is shorting the amount thing you need these thing is you need these tier 4 and tier 5 cards for the overall economic of the game. You need these low price cards. You need them, but you only need them in specific areas, right? You don't need them in the quantity that they are in right now. You just don't. You really don't. I do agree that you need them, but this is why I've been literally shouting probably so much now over the past few months that these tier 4, tier 5 cards, they're starter cards, right? They're cards which, for generally speaking, they're really good to help new managers in the game build out their collection. But if you've been playing the game for like 3 or 4 years and you play an all-star and you win a tier 5, that tier 5, I promise you right now, is no use to a manager who's been playing for 3 or 4 years in the game. You're giving out cards that to the wrong managers, right? And all you're doing is you're flooding the game, because then that manager will not want that card. They'll then put that card up on the market, or they won't be able to do it. And they've got a card that's just sitting around, not being sold, not being used by anyone, right? You do need those low-end cards, but you don't need them everywhere. And you don't need them in cap 240. And this is the point. You need them, as I proposed a few weeks back, you need them in academy. You need them, not academy, you need them in amateur. They need to be dished out in the amateurs. They need to be dished out in the kickoffs. So where are they at? Like the Bundesliga kickoff, for example, the Liga EA Sports kickoff. They need to be in there. They arguably need to be in the proper kickoff competition, because that's at least going to help them to earn more cards, to help them to challenge better for a higher move up. They don't and they shouldn't be in every competition. So I agree. They need to be in the game still to a certain extent, but just not to the same quantity and just not in every competition. And this is a step that SORARE are making that I think makes a lot of sense and will help us get on top of that. So burn cards is not the way they want to proceed. So here's what's going on, right? Let me put the question to everyone, okay? Let me put the question. Because if I put this question to everybody, I think you'll understand why we haven't seen a burn in the game, right? Just bear with me here, okay? Bear with me. You envisage you're running SORARE and you believe that over the next year, right, you can bring a ton of new users into the game. And you expect to be able to onboard, just as an example here, you expect to be able to onboard 5 million new users over the next year, right? With all the things that you're planning, you expect there to be 5 million new signups. And then from that, let's say 500,000 stick around, right? So you have 5,000 then active users in the game. Do you start burning cards before those people come into the game? Or do you wait until those new people come into the game and then you actually decide afterwards, okay, even with those new people in the game, it hasn't done anything to correct the balance between, or the imbalance between supply and demand. So actually we need to do a burn now. Like what would you do? Because honestly, you should not burn when you feel realistically like there is so much growth potential to bring new users into the game. And SORARE are doing a load of cool things that are actually making the game much more appealing for a bigger audience and to still bring in new users to the game. Free tip scout, exactly what I said. Those new competitions and challenge thing is a clear the path they want to go. Yeah, absolutely. big time. If you think about all the things that Sorare's done over the last year, they've really taken the game to leaps and bounds, actually. They've done a hell of a lot. And the cash wallet for me was a significant step to taking the game to a bigger audience. It really was. Like, you don't need to know anything about crypto. And that was such a big stumbling block to that people used to come onto the game and think, oh my God, I need a wallet for this, and it's going to cost me fees to get money into the game. Some people were also like, they didn't even understand crypto because it's still a very new space for a lot of people. They're unfamiliar with it. And so then there's a lot of people that just are completely not in the know on it. And they're thinking, oh my God, this game is too complicated, right? So that was even just one of it. Then the next thing was, well, how do I get started and how do I learn to play this game? They've since added the challenges in, which is going to almost act as a tutorial to help guide you through the game. They added the amateurs into the game, the draft mode into the game. They added the kickoff specialist, the kickoff, different competitions to make it easier for you to understand the progression in the game, even though the lobby and all of that hasn't been really explained properly until they added the challenges into the game. They've been appealing to a bigger, wider audience. You could even argue a bigger slice of the FPL user base by doing a Premier League winter competition, 500,000 prize pool. This, like the collections, so much they've been doing. And obviously Rivals is the next big thing that they are thinking is going to help the game reach a way bigger audience and bring more people into the game. And at the moment, you have to say that, I have to say anyway, maybe you guys disagree. At the moment, I think they've been doing a good job to make the game a lot easier to play, a lot easier to understand, and a lot more appealing for just general users. Even if you're not a proper football fan or a proper sports fan, maybe you're more into collections, maybe you're just more a casual gamer, it could appeal to you now because you can pick up, you can start playing it really quickly. You don't need any investment actually at all, especially with the new promo that they're doing where you can get basically $10 for nothing effectively. Just you can start to basically buy a card. Actually, we're doing a lot to make it really appealing. And you'd have to say that if the Rivals is really successful, then we won't need a burn. We will not need a burn. And I like the concept of a burn. I like the idea of it. I think everyone who talks about a burn, spot on, because at the moment, what you have to say is that if we had a burn mechanic, then the burn mechanic would probably fix the supply and the demand imbalance that we see in the game overnight. If people could burn cards, right, then you'd be able to bring that equilibrium back into the game economy, right? But because you can't, there's a complete disequilibrium where the supply is like here, like you probably can't even see it, but the supply is here and the demand is here. So we have this big gap in between supply and demand, which just means that like that's completely out of whack. It kind of needs to be like this, or if anything, like that. So you've got more demand than supply, and that the supply is always almost trying to catch up with the demand. At the moment, it's the other way around. It's like supply is here and demand's down here. And so if you could have a burn mechanic in the game today, you could fix that overnight and bring it like to that, okay? But what Sorare are banking on is that you don't need a burn mechanic to bring it down to this right now, because if they bring on loads of new users, then this will happen like that, and then it will go up. And so your demand will be higher than your supply. There we go. Is Wolfie still in the chat, by the way? It's a good conversation, by the way. It's a good discussion point. Is Wolfie still here? What do you guys think? I mean, don't just let me talk about it. What do you guys think? Should we have a burn in? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I think if there was ever a good time to do a poll, this is it, right? Let's do a bit of a poll. Should burn exist in the game now or not? Right? That's the question. I'd love to see what everyone thinks here. So the question I'm putting out to the whole chat is, do you think that we should have an ability to burn cards in the game now or not? Right? So should we be able to burn cards today, or do you think it's wiser that we wait in the future to see whether the game can grow first, and then you can basically burn the cards if it hasn't, right? So should the burn exist in the game now or not? Yes or no? Two simple answers there. Just doing this for a little bit of fun. So you guys can vote right now. What do you mean burn? Burning cards. Removing cards from the supply. Do you think at the moment, right now, today, that there should be a burn mechanic in the game where users can hard remove cards from supply? They can take the cards out of circulation and they will never exist in the game again. Can they burn them, like delete them, get them out of the game? Should you be able to do that now? Do you think it's a good time that you can do it now? Or should the game be allowed to try and grow first and get the demand in the game to see whether that will naturally fix the supply demand imbalance that we see? And then if it doesn't, then you could add a burn into the game then. That's essentially the question. Okay, so the votes are in. So a little bit of fun here. We had a total of 12 votes. So thank you to everyone that voted. That's roughly a third of everybody who's in the chat at the moment on the stream. And should burn exist in the game now or not? Probably should have said later there, right? But yeah, now or not, it's kind of like, should it be here now or just not at all? Like it is as it is. And 75% of you have said no, which actually I have to say I agree with. I know we spent a lot of time talking about it. 25% do believe that there should be a burn mechanic in the game. So it's not like it is a landslide with the small amount that we had that voted, but I'd love to know from a larger sample size whether it would be as wide a gap as that if we had more, if we'd done this to a whole SORARE community. I would love to know. And I agree, I'd be in the no camp here, because I like the idea of being able to burn cards and potentially removing them from the game. We kind of see a similar thing on UC. We see a similar thing on Pooky, that you can ascend. So you're essentially burning a Pooky ball to create a higher one. And by doing that, you're not creating a deflationary measure. You're actually making it so that it's increasing, right? It's good. It's almost inflationary. Why would the people burn the cards? So the whole topic of discussion here is that if you burn the cards, you take the cards out of supply. And if you take the cards out of supply, then the price is increased, right? So then the demand supply imbalance is better. You could burn the cards, for example, to get something in return. So you could say burn 3 cards to maybe get a higher level card. That could be something, right? So then you're burning 3, but there's 1 created, so you're reducing the supply there. You could burn cards to get SORARE coins, or probably not cash, but just as an example, you could get cash, right? So you can find, you could put different reasons as to why there would be a benefit to burning a card, right? But essentially, what we're talking about here is that if users were able to burn the cards from the game, then users can effectively correct the supply problem in the game. And then actually it means that card values would go up, right? It depends on what they offer as a reward for burning the cards, yeah. But the question that we were just asking there is that, are you on board with a burning mechanic in the game now or not? And I think it would be quite interesting to know who's against a burn mechanic. You can argue how do they do it and blah, 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 you're right. But as a concept, as an actual concept of being able to remove cards from the game, I'm definitely behind it, but I'm not for this idea to come into the game before SORARE are given a chance to try and grow organically, to try and grow the demand naturally. I'm definitely for this type of mechanic in the game when it looks like the game has exhausted all avenues to try and bring demand into the game. And it's basically reached a point of saturation where it doesn't look like it's growing anymore, and it's got no other ideas. It's run out of ideas to basically grow the game and get the game to the potential that it should be. If it ever reaches that point, then I'll be one of the loudest voices you'll find in the community saying, we need a burn, we need a burn, we need a burn. But until that point, I'm up for the burn, but I think we need to wait and give the game time to get to where it is before we start putting the burn in the game. If they introduced a burn and they did it in the wrong way, it could potentially completely ruin the game. It could, yeah. It could also do that. Big time. Yeah, introducing a burn is accepting you can't grow anymore. And I think that's why SORARE are not even interested in doing it. They are interested in doing it potentially, but as an absolute last resort. An absolute last resort. And what they believe, and I firmly believe this, right? I know I'm going to bring this up, right? I'm going to bring this up. We need to talk about this here. We need to talk about this, right? Let's go here. I've often mentioned it on the streams, and I'm going to mention it again now. Okay? Where is it? Here we go. Right. So obviously I wrote this tweet yesterday celebrating this new update, right? If you haven't seen it, it's right there. It's on my Twitter. And I think they have honestly smashed this update out of the park, right? I think it's brilliant. And I've got nothing bad to say about it. I really am very happy that they've brought the update to the game. Loads of cool responses from everyone, which was appreciated. And then we've got a message here from RG11, okay? Let's bring this up because I think that this is a cool point, and I've mentioned this so many times on the stream that it was really heartwarming for me to actually see that somebody was thinking along the same lines as me, right? He said, really like the idea of these reward box, or this reward box idea. The only things I ask is, why do you think they never mention anything about the market, right? He's right. He's right. SORARE, as good as they are, and as much as I love them and also hate them at times as well, SORARE almost try to avoid talking about the problems that we can all see quite clearly in the market. They don't talk about it directly. They don't address it directly. They will loosely and very cleverly talk about sustainability, and they'll talk about, you know, making things more rewarding, but they won't actually say, and they've almost, you could argue, have been avoiding talking about it. They won't actually come out and say that the way that the market is right now is kind of a bit broken, because it shouldn't be the way it is, where the secondary market is dead, right? It's not, but the secondary market it's been strangled. All the liquidity has been strangled out of it. Like you struggle to sell cards. People are seeing their galleries go down all the time. It doesn't even matter half the time whether your player does really good. The values are going to go down. We talked last week about how there's no urgency. There's no urgency anymore. You don't almost have a FOMO. You don't need to have a FOMO in the game, where you're kind of like, you're scared that if you don't pick up a player, he's going to increase in value, because most of the time, 9 times out of 10, you don't have to worry. It's like, if I don't pick him up today, in like a week's time, it's probably going to be half the price. And then a week after that, it's going to be half the price of half of that price, right? So it's a little bit broken, but you never see SORARE directly talking about it, right? And he said that, I'm sure they get these questions all the time, but it's never spoken about in any of these updates, all in a nice update though, right? And I kind of responded back saying, make a good point. It's something I would like SORARE to do. I really would, because if things aren't going well for you, or if you have failings, right, there's no shame. There should be no shame in talking about your failings. And if you are good enough and smart enough with how you do it, you can actually use the failures, right, and you can use the shortcomings and the things that haven't gone right. You can use those and turn those into a positive, not only to show that you've learned from them and that you are taking those lessons to build something better that will prevent it from happening again in the future and will offer a better, stable product, right? And a better game for everyone to play. But also what you do is you actually come across very human and very down to earth, because you literally say to people, we kind of accept that it hasn't been like this. We've noticed that we had a plan. It didn't turn out to be that plan. We learned a lot from it. You actually get a lot more respect. And I kind of said that I think one of the reasons why we don't see that is because, like, first of all, it should be embraced by the team that they want to talk about some of the bad things that are happening. And the market, to be honest, is a bad thing. The car prices are all over the place. They're constantly declining. And we just, in my opinion, we don't see enough direct talk addressing it from SORARE, right? So I kind of say that I think that they should talk about it more. I think they should try and turn the positive or the negative into a positive. And I feel like they're almost avoiding the topic out of fear, because if you don't talk about it, then you're not almost admitting that there's a failing there, or you're admitting that things haven't gone right. And we had a back and forth convo, and long story short, I basically said, look, it could potentially be that when you start talking about your failings, your shortcomings, you're basically admitting that it hasn't gone to plan. And so then you almost start to maybe put the doubt into people's heads that you don't know what you're doing, or that it looks like weakness, or it looks like, the platform's credibility kind of suffers for it. So maybe they're worried and they're fearful of that happening, or creating that kind of thinking by talking about some of the things that just haven't simply worked right, especially around the market. But honestly, I think that if they were a bit more candid about talking about the market, and because they obviously know about it and they're working on it, I think it would honestly, users would have a lot more respect for SORARE. And I think that we would embrace the product more rather than seeing managers complain about it more, because then they would create that empathy with their users that, like, we get it, we understand, and we haven't quite hit the mark there, and this is why we haven't hit it, and this is what we're trying to do to correct it, and blah, 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 right? So I thought it was a really interesting point, but what I'm saying here is that that's probably one of the reasons why we don't see SORARE talk directly and really quite brutally honest about the market or the game economy. Because with games like this, you often have the game developer that's often talking about the game economy, right? They're happy to talk about the game economy, and they might even have a blog talking about the effects of the economy and how things are going. Most of the time, you won't see SORARE be very forthcoming with it until there's a big uproar and people are kicking off and the noise is getting louder and louder and louder. And then there'll be maybe something that's mentioned about the market, but they won't make a big fuss about it. They'll say, we heard you and we're looking at sustainability stuff, right? And it kind of is the same with the burn, is that by almost doing a burn, you're then almost admitting that things haven't gone to plan. And then it also looks like a bad thing that it hasn't quite gone to plan and the game's not growing and the game's not where it needs to be. Whereas actually they don't need to admit that, because they feel confident enough that the game can grow just naturally and with all the things that they have in the pipeline, right? Let me try and catch up with the chat for a little bit as well. We haven't finished building our reward box, but we will do. Why would you buy on the secondary market when you can instant buy? Is a question from Troban. So you should buy on the secondary market if you are not interested in the collection bonus, and you're also not interested in buying directly from SORARE to claim one of your 5 purchases for the referral that you get, right? The credit. So you need to buy directly from SORARE 5 times, either from instant buy or from the auctions market. And then when you do that, if you've used a link, if you haven't used a link, I'm going to give you my link right now. There's that link there. It says that. Where's the link? Where's my link? Come on, the Nightbot. Don't let me down. Okay, my link doesn't seem to be working, so we're just going to do that there. There we go. So that's my link there. And so if you use a link like that, then buying off the instant buy means that you will be able to claim up to £20 credit once you've bought 5 cards, right, from auction or instant buy. You don't have to, and you probably should not buy from instant buy, though, unless it's absolutely necessary. The reason being is that instant buy is not the true price of a card. Instant buy is a artificially created price from SORARE that is a fixed price that's based off, I think it's like the last 3 sales or last 5 sales or something. It's based off a sales average, a recent sales average of X amount of cards, right? And then they basically, they bump up a higher, like a percentage higher or whatever, right? But if you were to buy that card off auction, you will be able to get that card for cheaper than the instant buy, because the instant buy price is always higher than the auction price. And then on the secondary market prices are, generally speaking, cheaper than the auctions prices. So that's why you shouldn't really buy off instant buy. It's almost a lazy way for managers to buy a card, or it's a way for SORARE managers who are new to the game to just buy cards really quickly, because with SORARE Rivals, that instant buy is actually quite useful, because you might have a game that's kicking off in like 2 minutes time. You don't have the time to wait for an auction to end, and you can't risk putting an offer out to a manager on the secondary market who just won't have the time to respond to it in 2 minutes. So you're like, okay, I want to get a boost here to my Rivals lineup. 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes left until the game week starts. I'm going to just instant buy it so that I've immediately got that player in my lineup. So that's, in my opinion, really the only reason you should be looking at the instant buy. Yeah. Okay. I think in Rare is on a good path. Not that many mints, and managers can sell their cards much better than Limited. True, but Rare is also a little bit, in my opinion, it's too low, Rare. Rare's been reduced far too low. I don't think the Rare prices should ever get to what they're at. We're seeing Rare cards that are going for like £3, and that's just too low. It's just far too low, and they're kind of good players as well. Yeah. If they say the market is broken, new managers might be less interested into playing the game. Yeah, I kind of agree with Smickers there as well. Is that when you basically start talking directly and addressing the market by admitting and saying that the market is not what it should be, that there's a disequilibrium, that it's not a healthy market, and this is the reasons why it's not a healthy market. You could argue that it could start to put people off, and they think, oh my God, it's a game that's not in a good state, and the market's really not that good. So that's probably what SORARE are worried about. They don't want to be talking about the negatives if they don't need to talk about the negatives, right? And they almost probably feel like if they don't talk about the game negatively, and the only thing can be positive about the game, but sometimes actually you can find a lot more buy-in from your users, and you can actually have a reverse opposite effect, where by being very honest and very open about things that haven't gone right, you actually can win a lot more fans than you can lose, right? And I think that was why Nicholas, the CEO, like a month or so ago, let's just bring up Nicholas's Twitter here. He done that no bullshit. Tweet. Here we go. Here he's pinned it. So everyone was basically, including myself, there was a big uproar, and the sentiment and the kind of the noise around SORARE was getting louder and louder around negativity, fear, uncertainty, doubt. And it required Nicholas here to drop a response to everyone to let them know what's going on, and almost just to kind of like, just to dampen it down again, just to rein it in, and put the fire out, basically. And he kind of said, this is my no bullshit, transparent update. And stuff like this is really cool because when like a company leader or when a company in general just says, look, we're going to level with you, no corporate bullshit anymore. Like, we're not going to try and give you fancy words like iterate all the time that makes everything sound amazing. We're literally going to talk to you one-on-one, effectively like a human being, because obviously everyone is, right? We're going to talk to you very on a ground level. This is what's been good. This is what's not been good. This is where we've under-delivered. This is where we've over-delivered, right? And stuff like this is really great because what you'll see is that 1,500 people really enjoyed this tweet. I think it was one of his best ever tweets, actually, in terms of engagement. And when you can be a little bit more candid and open with your failings and shortcomings, you do get a lot more respect and a lot more buy-in most of the time. So I'd love to see stuff like this a bit more, where they're talking more about the big problems in their game. Because I think far too often now, we're not almost hearing enough actual things directly talking about the market, even though I know that they're working on it. Scout, are you slowly becoming a Gaziantep fan? I think I am, but inadvertently. Yeah, I had no plans to collect Gaziantep, but I've ended up doing it kind of because once you, that's the thing, that's the addictive thing with collections, right? You buy one and then you think, oh, there's another one that I could buy that's quite cheap, and then you've bought two and you think, well, what's the harm in getting a third one? And it's almost like once you've got a third one, you're like, well, might as well start building the collection for it now, no? Because three, I might as well commit. But I'm kind of semi-building it, but not really. I've just finished the entire film collection, which has already paid for itself in the Wintercom, but they only play weekends. I want to start a new collection. Is there teams that play mostly midweeks that are any good that I could start? There's a lot of good teams that play midweek, but it kind of really depends on your budget as well, you know? Like, it's not really a question that I think I could answer without having a budget or anything. If you have like a really high budget, then I think a team that would be really good to go in for would be something like obviously Leverkusen, because they're having a standout season and they give you midweek. There's some really good players in there as well, but they're very expensive, right? Like another good one would be Brighton. Brighton are incredible. Obviously give you midweek as well. Premier League cards are always quite good to hold in the game. And then you've got lots of good international players there too. So Brighton's another good one. Aston Villa, another really good one. They're not even that expensive, Aston Villa. We recently built them. You can build it really cheap. Yeah, so I think the most expensive one is Martinez there. Martinez is a lot of money. But once you fork out for Martinez, the rest of the other players are fairly kind of cheap, to be honest with you. Yep, and then you find yourself chasing that percentage bonus. You do, man. You really do. What's this here? What do we have? We received an offer from SORARE, did we? Who wants our João Figueroa for Daniel Phillips? No, thank you, but thank you for the offer. We don't want to sell him. Okay. Should we try and finish our lineup building, guys? We've been speaking so much. Are you guys still with me? This is going to be one of those streams that, look, we've been on it for 4.5 hours, and I feel like I've just been talking for 4.5 hours non-stop about the SORARE update. We were supposed to do some lineup building here. We haven't even managed to build one lineup so far. Let's at least try and build one lineup so we can say that we've done something, right? Other than talk about the update. Who the hell is Daniel Phillips? Yeah, I don't know. The funny thing was, I wasn't even interested to check him. If it was a player that I wasn't interested in selling or keeping, I might have looked into Daniel Phillips, but I'm not really too familiar with him. Luton prediction is up if you need it. Thank you so much, Jordan. And then the Red Husky, I guess it's either teams in Europe or if you want to branch off. I know the Spanish division, second division has a lot of games in a season. Yeah, it's also quite a good shout. Okay. So midfielder wides, I think I want to put Luke Browers in here. Home game against Volendam. We might even give him the captaincy here. Right, we need a forward. We need a forward. We need a good forward as well. Okay. Nicholas Storm is injured. Anti Esseg, no. Ogben's not bad. But I think we need him in the Premier League Winter Special. Okay. So Michael Gregorich at home against Cologne. I like that one a lot. Hoffman against Union Berlin's not bad, but I don't think it's better than Gregorich, actually. Jonathan Burkhardt's good, but he's not starting at the moment. That's Gregorich, isn't it? All day of the week. So we put Gregorich in there with a home game against Cologne. Right, and then we've got a defender to do here. So at the moment, I think I had Philip Heiser in here with a home game against Elversberg, which I don't mind. We've also got Ivan Milicevic as well. Bart van Rooij, who's just coming off the score of 100. Against Fortuna, I don't fancy that really. Yeah, I think this is going to be Philip Heiser here. And then the only question is, who do we have as an extra? I have Piovi in there for the moment. Piovi doesn't really have kind of the real high end that I'm looking for, but I don't think I've got a better extra here. Got Zan, but I don't want to play Zan here. He's not got a good fixture for him to score well in, I don't think. We have Kosnu against Frankfurt. I don't think he's really going to work here, actually. We've got Tony Leisner, who we could play, but I don't feel like I really trust him at the moment, Tony Leisner. He's got a home game against Osnabrück, though. That's probably quite good. So we could put Tony Leisner in there. Home game against Osnabrück with 10.5%. We could also put Matteo Maric in there. Maric has been scoring quite good at the moment. 65, 61, 62. And those are without decisives as well. I think to be honest with you, I think I fancy Leisner more, because if Leisner keeps a clean sheet, and then he also does quite good on his AA, he can give us a score of 70. Let's do that. Let's do that. Where's he at? I don't think we're going to get a chance to do any free tick scout fun coupons, you know. We've been talking so much about the update. And I think we give the captaincy to... Well, here's the thing. I have Luke Browers in my Cap 240 team. My Cap 240 rare. And I have Luke Browers as the captain. And I think I do want to have him as the captain in our Cap 240 rare. Could have Tucci too. I mean, Luke Browers against Volendam, I kind of feel like I need to have him as a captain. We could have him as the captain in both the teams, actually, to be honest with you. But then if it doesn't work out, it's going to look a little bit silly that we have the captain on Browers in both, isn't it? For now, we'll do it. So in the first ever game week for the Reward Box Special 270, where there are 7,000 prizes to be won, and a mix of reward boxes and cards, this is the team that we're going for at the moment. What do we reckon, guys? Do you think that's a team that's going to win anything in the in the reward box special. And if you do think it's going to win something, do you think it's good enough to get into the top 200? Because I think it is, actually. I think it is. What is the budget approximately for 240 rare? £300, give or take. Yeah, 250 to £300. What do you reckon, guys, here? Any good or not? Like, who do you not like in that team? Who do you think is the weakest link in that team? Free Tip Scout, I'm also playing Grego. Gregorich, right? Along with Griffo, Ginter, and Kavara. What, in the reward box special 270? What? Where's the chat gone? I feel there'll be a lot more entries as it's the first of this style of rewards. Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the entries then, and there's already 4,427. So it's nearly got as much as All-Star. And imagine that there would probably be some people that would have been entering All-Star instead of this rewards box. So if this reward box didn't exist, then there would be probably more in All-Star or maybe 240. So it is going to be interesting to see how many go in on that. Yeah. I can't believe there's no comments here in the chat about this team. Florian Castor, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's put this team into the lineup builder. I've done a load of talking today. So I keep saying I'm going to do less. I am now going to do less for the last 20 minutes. You guys tell me what you think about this team. We're going to... Can we put it in? It's probably not been added on SORARE data, has it? Heiser is a big risk. Why do you think Heiser is a big risk, actually? Let's bring up the team. There you go. So you guys can comment on it. There's the team. What do you guys think? It's not a rhetorical question. Like, what do you guys think of the team here? What do you think is the player that, if you could choose one player to change, who would be that player? Because I've just put this team together really without looking into any stats or anything. So maybe I'm missing something. Or maybe I have put it together too hastily and I'm not really thinking about a player. So I need your eyes and your brains, guys, to help me. It's on lineup builder. What's on the lineup builder? It's on the lineup builder. You need to scroll down. What's on the lineup builder? What's on the lineup builder? The competition, the reward box. Is it really? Okay, cool. So look. Thank you. Let's have a little gander. Limited. What is it labeled as here? Where is it? It's purple. Where? Where is it, man? We've got Academy, Legends Challenge Pro. That's not it. I'll refresh the page again. Game week 4. Oh, this is game week 434. Well, that doesn't help, does it? Let's put it on game week 433. We've got it on the wrong game week here. That probably doesn't help. Go back to game week 433. We should see it now, right? Yeah, I think we do. There we go. Thank you, guys. Yeah. So, yeah, reward box special. Lovely. Right. Thoughts on the team? Thoughts on the team? Go. Go. Are we winning? Are we not winning? Okay, so a couple of you guys are saying winning. You also said, a couple of you guys, which I appreciate, by the way, that Heiser could be the weak link here. And I think you could be right. Let's have a quick look at Heiser, because one of the things with Heiser is that he's quite good at playing at home, but he's also the type of player where he won't often give you a score of 60, 70 if he doesn't get a decisive. A lot of his scoring is very decisive based, actually. Look, he's got a couple of good scores without a decisive, which is appreciated. Like here, some big monster scores here. But the bulk of his scoring has been very decisive dependent. So kind of what you see with him is that when he doesn't get decisive, his AA can swing quite wildly. So it can be kind of like 1.54 here, then 9 here, then 16. Probably what I need to be like here, it goes to minus 11, 34. Could be a little bit too risky, couldn't he? Where we maybe need to think about somebody that's a little bit more consistent in their AA. I don't mind the fixture, though. Not enough AA hitting card, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so. We've got good AA from Kastemeyer. We can have good AA from Leisner. Gregorich and Browers we can get good AA from. But Philipp Heiser could be the player that's going to let us down on AA. Because Gregorich's AA is fine. Browers has been doing great in his AA. Leisner's been a little bit hit and miss because Leisner can often kind of have a shocker where he gets like a negative decisive. But then if he doesn't, his AA can be really good. And then Kastemeyer, we know his AA is really good. Yeah, maybe Heist is the one we need to rethink this one. Lightbox 0.05 star player inbound. Can you imagine? Honestly, I feel like every reward opening stream now is going to feel like don't miss it, because you could be watching me open a star. And that's going to be so cool, not knowing if you win a star. And then if it happens live on the stream, we're going to go bonkers, honestly. SORARE Data is suggesting common cards. That's why I asked. Wait, okay, about the commons for this competition. No. Let's put this team in. Let's do a suggested lineup first of all. You're right. It is selecting common cards here, so it's not kind of probably SORARE Data didn't get a heads up on it, and so they've not really had enough time to get the functionality correct here. SORARE probably just dropped it out of the blue, and now SORARE Data's playing catch up. But if we put our team in, where's he at? Kastemeyer. There we go. Kastemeyer can go in, and then if we put Heiser in like that, okay, Heiser can go in there. And then we can put Leisner in as well. So Heiss and Leisner. Where's he gone? Ah, because we have him as the midfielder. Silly. Okay, so Leisner, like that. He's at 55% to miss the game. Okay, there's only been 4 that have predicted though. And then we have Browers in here as well. God, look at Luke Browers with a... I knew Luke Browers is going to have a good game. Look, 48% chance for Heronveen to score 3 goals or more. 69% chance for them to win. He's got an L5 playing at home of 63 and an L15 at home of 54. The opponent scores 63, which is based off a 56, 70, and a 60 average score over those three midfielder positions, which he's kind of played in. He's got it's set up for Browers to explode here. We just have to hope that he does. So Browers goes in, and then our forward is Gregorich, isn't it? Okay, so this team has a score of 58. Leistner and Philip Heiser are both... Leistner and Heiser are kind of... They're both players that I don't fully trust. Maybe I need to revisit it again. Let's have a look at the... Let's have a look who's got a really good pick score. So let's remove the commons as well. Let's get the commons out of the way. Where are we at here? Go into filters here. And then don't do commons, just do limited. Okay. Okay, so there's Luke Browers. Then we've got, look, funny enough, it's Bart van Rooij. I was very reluctant to look at Bart van Rooij here because Bart's very hit and miss, you know. He hit massive on the weekend with a score of 100, but his AA is too unpredictable, I think, to be used in this type of competition. That doesn't mean that he can give us a real high-end score. So that score there would propel us to an amazing reward in the reward special. But you know what? Like, I don't care what the opponent score says here, that it's 54. If we go back to this here, it's saying that they have a 31% chance for a clean sheet and a 45% to beat Fortuna. I don't agree with this at all. I think this is actually a really difficult game. And I actually think Fortuna are the better team than NEC. And I think that Fortuna could easily win that one. And that's the thing that puts me off here, is that NEC, they have a home game, but it's not a home game that I would expect Bart van Rooij to like smash it, because it's not a game that I think is a mismatch. So I think that this could be difficult for NEC. I really do. Peter Scout, can you suggest regarding my team? We will do that on tomorrow. We've got 10 minutes left of the stream here today. What we'll do tomorrow is we'll start off with free tip Scout Fund coupons tomorrow. So we can just bash them all out for like the first 2 hours, and then in the second half we can do more lineup building. From an Eredivisie watcher, I think NEC will win comfortable. Why? Why do you think they're going to win comfortably? My understanding here is that this is not an easy game. Have Fortuna been really bad away from home as well? Because they're currently one position higher. They're a good team, Fortuna. They're a good team. They've had a bit of a shocker before, but they're picking up some good wins now. Have they been away from home? To be fair, they've been shocking away from home. I did not know that. They've been awful away from home. They're one of only 2 teams, along with Volendam, that have not won away from home. They've only scored 3 goals and they've conceded 17. Wow. Okay. It's starting to make sense a little bit now why Bart is ranked so highly here. With Sandler back in the squad, they play good again. They smashed NEC. Oh, sorry, away. Okay. What's the head-to-head here between these 2 teams? Because, wow. Well, I have to say I am completely wrong on this one. I thought that this would be a lot closer head-to-head as well between NEC and Fortuna. I really did. I'm actually surprised that Fortuna don't have a good head-to-head against them at all. They've only won 2 of the past 12 meetings between these teams here. So technically, this could be a good one, even though I was like dismissing it as not being good. Odenthal, yeah. Odenthal's an interesting one because I like Odenthal and I like that you've also mentioned him here. My big issue with Odenthal is that his AA is consistent, but Odenthal has a very low ceiling. So Odenthal is kind of struggling to hit scores of more than 60. Like, he's not hit a single score of 80 points or more in the past year in 35 games. And I don't think he's done it before. Like, he's never done it. He's never done it. He's played 74 games. He started in 74 games. He's never produced a score of 80 points or more. And I love Odenthal, I do. But this is what puts me off putting him in to a competition where we're most likely going to need a player to give us a score of like 80. So someone like a Bart van Rooij to do this, right? So there's a bigger risk here that Bart can just give us a score of 10, but the upside is that he can hit those scores of 80, 90, and 100, like a lot more. Not very often, but he can do it. Whereas Cass Odenthal, he can't, and it's because of the way that he's playing. His AA is 11.2, which is okay. He's very good for threshold. He's very good for cap to 220 with an L50 and a 49. He's not really, he's good for second div as well. He's not really, in my opinion, a heavy hitting player that I think we're going to need to have in this one here if we have ambitions to try and get into the top 200. Whereas someone like Heiser, funny enough, Heiser can hit into the high end, right? You can see here, but he will need a decisive to do it. So that's the reason why I've not really been thinking about Odenthal. Do you get some kind of notification after doing a Y transfer? I'm sure I did it correctly, but I don't see a confirmation anywhere. Yeah, well, you get a confirmation immediately after you've done it in the game. So do you mean like if you're taking money out of the game, Dan? I would say, though, Bart scores is a really big hit or just really bad. Yeah, like Bart van Rooij is basically the European equivalent of Claudio Bravo. So you never know what you're going to get from Bart. But if he turns up, you're going to get like a mad score from him, like 80, 70, potentially 100. But if he also does this, this is going to kill your chances. So, I'm almost just debating whether, with Fortuna being so bad, I think I'll leave it for now. But this is obviously just the first draft of lineup building. Potentially, I could put in someone like a Bart van Rooij here, or someone else entirely differently. I think that Kastamar is staying in, Luke Browers is staying in, Gregorich is staying in. It's just working out these positions here of Leisner and Philip Heiser. And then once we've done that, we're then going to hopefully have quite a heavy hitting team that we can get into the top 200 guys and earn one of those card rewards, I think, which would be great. This is the whole point. This is the whole point of this rewards box format, is that now, right? Look at the difference in mentality. Now, I'm thinking to myself, oh, it's going to be so good when we win this card reward, because the bare minimum has been raised. Like, we can take these cards seriously now. Like, tier 3 should always be taken seriously, but now it's just a mind shift where it's like, okay, I can potentially win as a bare minimum a tier 3 rather than a freaking 40p card that I do not give a shit about. I really don't care about it. That's been removed. And now it's kind of brought the excitement back for me of like, okay, it's a card game. The thing that you should be aspiring to win are cards in the game, because the cards should be valuable, right? And so now we could get into the top 200, which feels like an exclusive club, right? It feels like it would be a privilege to be in that top 200. And if we do, we're going to win a tier 3, and then we have a chance of potentially winning a star. So the appeal of winning cards again in a card game is immediately, in my opinion, returned to where it needed to be, where I can't wait to see whether we can get into the top 200. And I'm going to be really hoping we can get into the top 200. All right. I hope with Tazvan on the right wing, Bart keeps linking with him because they were abusing the wings with the fullbacks and wingers, Hansen and Tavson. I hope so too. I don't know whether we're going to do Bart though. I think I need to think about it more. So tomorrow, on tomorrow's stream, because this was almost like a 5-hour stream where we just purely talked about the new update. So if you've missed any of it and you really want to get a very in-depth, detailed analysis and breakdown and dissection of the update, then watch this stream if you get time, or certainly watch the first 2 hours if you can, and then they'll give you all my thoughts and everyone's thoughts on it. We haven't really done enough lineup building because we haven't had the time, but tomorrow we will do some lineup building. So this will become a little bit more clearer. And we'll also do loads more free tip scout fun coupons because unfortunately, guys, we did not get time on this stream. It's been manic. We did not get time to do them. So, did you enjoy today, guys? Have you enjoyed it? I hope you did. And I hope you found it useful to talk about the new update as well, because it's always quite nice when we can do a bit of a deep dive and just like bounce ideas and opinions off each other around the new update. What's the one thing? Okay, we're going to end with a giveaway. We're going to end with a giveaway. So let's see who's paying attention here. What's the one big message that you have? Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm going to give a limited card away live on the stream to whoever gets this correctly. If there's one thing you could take away from the update, since we've been talking about it today, what is the one thing that you would take away from this stream and us covering the update? There is an answer. I'm going to wait to see whether somebody puts it in there. It didn't take long. We have a winner immediately. Jordan gets it correct. The answer was iteration. If there was one thing to take away from that update that's super memorable, it was iteration. Congratulations to Jordan. Jordan, let's give you a card right now. Let's end the stream with a giveaway. Iteration is the main takeaway from the update. If you didn't know that, go into the article on the about the rewards update and count how many times you see iteration. It will make you laugh. It's a fun favorite word of SORARE. So let's go and give the card to Jordan. We're gonna give you this card, Christian Fastnacht. Okay, Burn. Burn would have been another one if I'd have asked for two. Jordan, what's your SORARE manager name? I'll send you the card right now. I will send it you right now, man. So give me your SORARE manager name and we will send you that card that you've won. A Hatter. There we go. So A Hatter, we're going to send you the Christian Fastnacht. Because this was a card that was given to me. I need to do a big shout out for that, actually. So this card was donated to me by Brokey Boy 6 days ago. So a big shout out to Brokey Boy for giving us a card that we could give out to the community. Massively, massively thank you for that. We're now going to send it across to Jordan, who's won the giveaway because he correctly guessed that iteration is the big takeaway from today's update. Right, where are we at? His name's Christian, isn't it? There we go. Christian Fastnacht. All right, that's coming over to you now, man. Will you do a comp like MLS again? What do you mean? Like the, like a private league, do you mean? An MLS private league? There you go, Jordan, it's coming over to you. Right, guys. That's the end of the stream as well. Let's end with a raid. Let's end with a raid. I tell a lie. Let's go and raid somebody. We can go and raid. Let's go and raid Sellers because he's live right now. It's always quite nice to jump into Sellers' stream. I will do a private league again. I will probably do a private league. I'll probably do a private league in the new year. So maybe February, something like that, for the second half of the season in Europe. So keep an eye out for it. I might also do an MLS one again for the start of the season. But a lot of whether I do it depends on whether we can get prizes to do it. So maybe if I can get SORARE to sponsor the prizes again, then I'll do it. So yeah, just watch this space. I'll be talking to SORARE about it. All right. Jordan, thank you so much, man, that you've been able to jump in the stream as well. The full stream for ages. I'm really happy that you won the card as well. You didn't even hesitate, did you? I think you probably already knew where I was going with it. So you were already typing before I even finished the sentence. Before I finished the question, he was saying, oh, it's got to be iterate. He's saying, what's the big takeaway? Boom. It was done there in like 2 seconds. Right, guys, that's the end of the stream. There's no evening stream tonight, so you'll be able to catch me, however, on the Discord, and also be able to catch me over on Twitter. So expect to see a couple of tweets from me this evening. And then we're going to be back again tomorrow, where we're going to be doing some lineup building, and we're going to be also doing loads of free tip scout fund coupons. So if you've got loads of coupons, which are the channel points saved up, and you've been waiting for a way to spend them, then tomorrow will be the stream for you as well. I hope you enjoyed today. We're going to jump into Sellers' raid right now, or channel. We're going to raid him. So please do jump in if you can. And let's go and support Sellers because he's a good guy. And he actually does a lot for me as well on the stream. So let's go and jump into him now. Thank you so much, guys, for your time. And I'll catch you all tomorrow on the next one. Thank you so much, guys.